Yes. Sorry for the technical glitch. So let's continue with the power of body scanning. So any of you who would like a body scanning can put your comments in the comment section and we will be scanning your body. So today with me, I have Manitya Prajnanananda. So me and Ma Prajnana will be doing the body scanning. We will take the first two people in the interest of time. So we have Jean Jenny, who has asked for a body scanning. Ma Prajnana, can you do for Ma Jean Jenny? Requesting NTB, please project Ma Prajnana. And I think in the previous stream, we had also Ma Vani Narayan put a comment for the body scanning. So Ma Vani Narayan, I will be scanning your body, Ma. Yes, so now Ma Jean Jenny, Ma Prajnana will be scanning for you. And from the previous live stream, I think Ma Vani Narayan had put a comment for a body scanning. So I will be scanning you, Ma Vani Narayan. We will be chanting the Mahavakya and starting. Okay, so Ma Vani Narayan has put a comment to scan Edison Montreal as he has asked for his child. Okay, so yes, thank you, Ma Vani Narayan. You yes, we will on your request. I will be scanning Edison Montreal's child. Okay, so Edison Montreal, I will be scanning your child, Hugo, who is right near you. Okay, so I will be scanning him, and Ma Pragyana, you can go on.
Yes. So what I was able to see is, Ma Jenny, you're having a really less amount of water. I was able to see you need to consume more water, due to which you're having dry skin and lots of dandruff. So I was able to see that you should drink more water to cure. And also, um, there is insecurity about your skin. You have a lot of insecurity about your skin, which I feel needs a lots of process. Like there's lots of Nitya Kriya which is helping you for your skin. So you can do those Nitya Kriyas and completion with your identity about your skin. I was able to see you have insecurity about your skin.
Okay, so Jenny, you can get back in the comment section if you are able to relate to what Ma Pragyana said. Okay, so she has put yes and okay. Okay, that's great. And Edison Montreal, I scanned your child, Hugo. I was able to see that physically he is quite well, but there's a lots of pressure being put on him mentally, whether it's studies or not just studies actually, but like even in his daily activity, there's something which is bothering him a lot and putting lots of mental stress on his brain. So this, I was able to see that if you just go through his schedule and try to make it more spiritually aligned or more aligned to doing things like yoga, chanting, puja, and like of course studies can be there and whatever he wants can be there, but make sure that he is always doing something which he learns something from and which is expanding, which he can expand his learning and he can learn something useful for him, and not something, and he doesn't do something which puts a lot of mental stress and lots of disturbance in his mind. So this is what I was able to see. This is the only thing which I was able to see for him, Aya. So you can get back in the comment section if you are able to relate to what I had scanned, and you can also maybe go through his schedule and fix anything which is there which might be affecting his mental balance. Yes, and I also see many others asking for a body scanning, like the Vedic guy, and then yes, I think, and Ma Vadnarayan had also asked for a body scanning, and she had told to do for Edison Montreal after that. And now, with the interest of time, we will be concluding this power manifestation session. But anyone else who would like a body scanning can every day come back at 2 a.m. IST and 4 p.m. IST, again for this power manifestation segment where we will be doing the body scanning. So with this, I thank all of you for joining us in this segment, and please stay tuned for the further segments and for the Parashakti Akashic readings. I thank you all. Nithyanandam.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam. Welcome back, dear viewers. Now we will be entering into a segment about who is Devi and about the divine feminine consciousness.
So the Dhyana shloka of Devi Parashakti is from the Lalita Sahasranama. सिन्दूरारुण विग्रहां त्रिनयनामानित्यमौली स्फुरत् तारानायकशेखरां स्मितमुखीमापीनवक्षोरुहां पाणिभ्यामलिपूर्णरत्नचषकं रक्तोत्पलं बिभ्रतीं सौम्यां रत्नघटस्थरक्तचरणां ध्यायेत् परामम्बिकाम्.
The Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body with a triple eyes, sporting a crown of rubies, studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus.
अरुणां करुणां तरङ्गताक्षीं धृतपाशाङ्कुशपुष्पबाणचापाम् अनिमादिभिरावृतां मयूकैरहमित्येव विभावये भवानीम्.
I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion, and holds the noose, the goad, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hand. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as Anima, for rays, and she is the self within me. Devi, the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. Source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the source, source Shakti, source energy, source power, from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, in which all of us are going to merge.
The Nijavatara of Devi Parashakti, out of her own extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us and answering all our questions, attending to our prayers and giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, and delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself.
In the words of Parashakti herself, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Dreamkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in the 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who is the Kailasa Sripura Chintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi, as Nithyananda. I took Nijavatara here to give good boon to everyone, to bestow all goodness, Hiranyagarbha Surupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Samraja Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion, I am blessing. Listen, people, do good to do good to all of you. I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara.
Again, the words of Devi Parashakti herself, raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, manifesting as source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, and Jnana, growing as 4 Vedas, and expanding as 5 Panchabhutas beyond 6 chakras, filled as Gotras of 7 Rishis, expanding as 8 directions, existing as 9 Grahas, blossoming as 10 Indriyas, being as 11 Rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make truth blossom, and to do good. Parashodashi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you.
Literally, you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. So how to receive Devi Parashakti? She is there in your screen, so always receive her very traditionally. Keep 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin in front of the screen. Watch Devi. Coin is considered the traditional dakshina in Hindu tradition. It can be the lowest value. In India, it can even be 1 paise. In the US, it can be even a cent. I'm not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent. It is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay. And these are the direct instructions of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam.
So whatever was told, you can offer that to Devi after the darshan's over. You can do the namaskar and eat the banana, the betel leaf, and the betel nut. You can take it as prasadam immediately. And the coins, you can collect them and send it to the LA temple. This betel leaf, betel nut may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to powerful cognition. And it will break your unconscious behavior.
So how do you set up your tambulam? As you can see here, you can set it up with 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin.
So let's see the Akashic readings from Devi Parashakti and the state of the world.
On the 14th of April, 2021, Devi revealed to the world, Corona is destroyed, but it will take 4 years for the political conspiracies done by humans to end. I will protect my devotees, disciples, and Kailasa Vasis. No suffering will come for my devotees, but it will take 4 years for the conspiracy of Corona to end. It will come to an end only in 2025. It is a conspiracy, human conspiracy.
On the 10th May of 2021, it was again revealed by Devi Parashakti in the rough translation. You are asking about the suffering of Corona in India. Listen properly to what is said. With honesty, I am telling you the real truth. The cosmic pralaya has stopped. The Corona second wave that is happening now is bioweapon. What is happening now is biowar.
Devi continues, as Nijavatara, taking the form of Nithyananda, Parashakti, I came in person to save Bharat, to save Sanatana Hindu Dharma in Bharat. Taking the form of Nithyananda, when I came as Nijavatara, the people who doesn't know how to live having me with them, what will I do for them?
And on the 12th of May 2021, it was revealed the world cannot be sacrificed for the sake of conspiracies done by some ignorants who got stuck in Maya. Shrishti should not have loss. Cosmos should not have destruction. To save the cosmos from Pralaya, I made a huge ship. Its name is Adi Kailasa. Adi Kailasa is the ship that will gather all the enlightened powers of this cosmos.
And Devi continues, and save the people from the pralaya through the tricks of traitors, rule of the enemies without any other way out. Time came for the sailor itself to leave. That is why the sky is boiling and moving towards huge destruction. People, even if children do mistakes in ignorance by getting stuck in Maya, as it is Parashakti, Paramashakti, Parashodasi, Manonmani.
And on the 12th of May. Okay, yes. And a few more revelations by Devi Parashakti. Within the next few months, not in thousands or lakhs, lives will be lost in crores. Crores of lives will be lost in India. So you can see the devastation of in India because of COVID-19 deaths.
Within the next few months, not in thousands or lakhs, lives will be lost in crores. Crores of lives will be lost in India, as Devi has revealed. And on Saturday, officials reported nearly 350,000 new infections, and the deaths have continued to rise. At one hospital in New Delhi, the capital, doctors said that 20 patients in the critical care unit had died after oxygen pressure dropped. The doctors blamed the deaths on the city's acute oxygen shortage.
And as Devi Parashakti revealed, you can all see also an article which was put on the news where it says India posts highest death toll in pandemic so far on the 19th of May 2021.
In India, they reported that the coronavirus pandemic had the highest single daily death toll on Wednesday, 4,529, as the virus raged through the country's rural regions. So as you can see, villages are literally becoming grounds for burning bodies. Yes, we can move to the next slide, please. And here again, bodies just burning in hundreds, where they're essentially anonymously being burnt. Maybe their families are not even able to be with them and perform all the religious rituals needed for the passing of their family members. So now we will go into the COVID disaster in India.
It was revealed by Devi Parashakti on the 23rd of May 2021, as revealed by the Supreme Court of Hinduism. All devotees and disciples who ever listen to me, whom I don't need to convince, this is a personal message I'm giving to you all. Devi has very clearly revealed to me Puratasi month, August, September. So the Puratasi month, which is around August or September, there's going to be a worse third wave of corona. So this was revealed by Devi Parashakti to the Supreme Court of Hinduism.
I saw in the vision dead bodies thickly floating on the Ganga. Not just Ganga alone, there are 4 rivers coming from Kailasa, Ganga, Yamuna, Brahmaputra, and all those rivers I saw dead bodies are floating. Dogs eating those dead bodies and dying because they ate corona people. And the poor people who don't have food eating those dogs, dead bodies, and they dying. I saw this whole cycle. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed this as was revealed to him by Devi Parashakti.
I am not constipate. I am not a constipated conspiracy. Theories or positive thinking backwards. I see reality thinking bakwas. I see reality as it is and revealing it to you all as it is. So all of this was directly revealed by Devi Parashakti to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and was shared to us.
And then within a few days of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealing this, there are, as you can see, bodies that are floating on banks of Ganga and unclaimed, uncounted, and unidentified. Next slide, please.
So India's holiest river Ganges is swollen with COVID victims. So you all can see hundreds of corpses have been found floating in the river or buried in the sand of its banks. You can see a picture of it.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continued to reveal the next wave is attacking the kids more. That is what is terrorizing, frightening. I can't reveal more details.
And you all can also see an article put by Health and Science by CNBC. India's richest state was at the center of the second wave. Now it's preparing for a third wave. So it says the western state of Maharashtra has so far reported more than 5.4 million cases, including over 82,000 deaths from COVID-19. Some predict a third wave could hit India potentially between September and October. And it was actually revealed by the Parashakti, as we saw just a few minutes ago, that in September and October, there will be a third wave. And it also says, yes, you can go on.
Don't lower your guards. Prepare for the inevitable third wave. As Devi Parashakti revealed, there will be a third wave approaching. Even though it is being anticipated that the coronavirus cases would peak by mid-June in the city, experts have been warning against lowering the guards, as they said that a third COVID-19 wave looks inevitable by the end of October. Not only that, but the experts have further said that the third wave could be deadlier than the first two waves.
It also says that Maharashtra prepares for a third wave as COVID hits 8,000 children in just one district. So this is given by the Maharashtra government. As the sources said, they expect a possible third wave could hit at the end of July or early August. With more than 8,000 children catching the coronavirus in the month of May in Maharashtra, Ahmednagar, the state has started taking extra steps to minimize the impact of a possible third wave of COVID-19 that may affect children more. In Maharashtra's Sangli city, a COVID-19 ward is being prepared especially for children. Currently, 5 children are being treated here, and the facility is being prepared for more patients. So just as we saw a few minutes before also, Swamiji said, Devi Parashakti had revealed that in the third wave, kids will be affected more. And it also says the same in the article.
The third wave of COVID-19 is to impact children. Over 9,000 children tested positive in Maharashtra, and this is in times now. They explained that with the fears of the second wave of COVID-19 still lingering, the experts have suggested that the third wave will severely impact children. If the virus changes its course of nature, the children will be largely impacted. Reports suggest that the virus has already impacted children across the country in the second wave. And now we'll take a short break and return to the next segment. Thank you, Nithyananda.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world. All powerful cognitions, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together. We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life, we can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Para Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda, welcome back, dear viewers. Now we will enter into some of Devi Parashakti's revelations in Akashic reading.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Effects of the cosmic deluge, the Pralaya. Thousands of deaths due to the global pandemic and emerging fungal epidemic, along with record numbers of natural disasters, have taken a huge toll on humanity's collective psyche, leading to increased poverty, malnutrition, depression, and mental health issues.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
What caused this? Who is behind this? How could we have avoided this? What is the solution for this? In this segment, let us go through a scientific and statistical understanding of Devi Parashakti's revelation in the cause and on the cause and solution of the Pralaya. As many of you know, that the world is in a dire situation right now with over 3.8 million deaths due to COVID and a total confirmed caseload of 175.9 million worldwide, with the US, India, and Brazil being the most affected countries. India alone has had over 29 million COVID cases with 374,000 COVID deaths, with 75 million people falling into poverty since the beginning of the pandemic. Because of this horrific pandemic, the increase in suicide and depression has skyrocketed. India is the 6th most depressed country. As per the WHO, 6.5% of the population is suffering with depression. And there has been an increase in natural disasters, including cyclones and a potential third wave hitting India within the next 2 to 4 weeks. How could we have prevented this? Devi Parashakti revealed on the 31st of May what has caused this pralaya and how this could have potentially been prevented.
நன்றாய் தெரிந்துகொள், சொல்வதை புரிந்துகொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் இந்தியாவிற்குள் வரக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக 2020 பாரதம் முழுவதும் 12 ஜோதிர்லிங்கமும் பாத யாத்திரை செய்திடவே என் மகன் மூலமாய் திட்டமிட்டிருந்தேன். படுபாவிகள் ஓடத்தின் மாலுமியை ஊர்விட்டு துரத்தினார்கள். என்ன நடக்கிறதென்று பார். முறையாக கைலாய நாட்டின் தலைவனாக நிறை மரியாதையொடு நல் மதிப்பொடு என் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் திருவடி மீண்டும் பாரதத்தில் பட்டு பாத யாத்திரை செய்த பிறகு மட்டுமே நீ அங்கு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதுவரை உன்னை காத்து செல்லாதே. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
And here's a rough translation of what Devi Parashakti revealed. For this huge Girmi Bojanam hell to not come to India in 2020 itself, I had planned to do a padayatra throughout India and the 12 Jyotirlingas through my son Swamiji. They chased the captain out of the ship. See what is going to happen. In 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed his vision for the Padayatra.
Want to do 1 year Padayatra specially for this purpose in 2020. 2020, planning for a full year. I'm going to walk from Rameshwaram to Amarnath. 1 year with 10,000 people, just walking all over India to spend time with people. 2020, there will not be any program other than Padayatra and just spending time with people. Just walking. Of course, 10,000 people will be walking with me. Maybe 200 vehicles to carry our food and all the other items, transportation. Enjoying the river banks, forests, and time with nature. 10,000 people manifesting powers, walking from village to village. What do you think will happen? The scene of Buddhism spreading will be repeated now. How the Buddhism spread? 10,000 monks walking from village to village. What will happen? That's only monks. Here, power manifesting 10,000 people. The whole village will be manifesting powers. Just want to enjoy India and let India enjoy me. So planning for next year Kumbh Mela 2019, next year January Kumbh Mela. Before that, all the Balalayam, everything. Balalayam is going to be like the same structure outside,
with one stone tower, gold coated. It will be something like a 40 to 50 feet tall stone tower, and 5 Rajagopurams, which will be something like 120 feet. This will be the Balalayam. And after the Mulalayam is built, this Balalayam will serve as a Utsava Murti Sannidhi, where the Utsava Murtis will be worshipped and where the Archanas. See, in the main temple, there will not be any Archana or anything, because just for Darshan itself, there will not be time. Like Tirupati, you can only have Darshan and Arti, the camp for Arti. No other worship is allowed in the main temple. Because 12 Abhishekam is going to happen, 12 Kala Abhishekams. So continuously the rituals will be going on. People can have only darshan. They will not be able to involve themselves in any ritual. Other than darshan, nothing else will be allowed. So all the archana, all the other offerings, like people will offer the archanas and other, everything will be done to the Utsava Murti, which will be kept in the Balalayam, the present Balalayam, present structure. So people can spend time here. That will be more like a main darshan. This will be like energy darshan, where you can give letter, get response. So by next year, the Balalayam will be ready. So 2019 full year, I will be conducting the programs and everything. 2020 will be the one full year Padayatra, walking. From next year, Jayanti, means 2019's Jayanti to 2020's Jayanti. Full year, Jayanti to Jayanti will be Padayatra. Before that, we will make 10,000 people power manifestors. It will be sannyasi, brahmachari, grihastha, all put together. 10,000 people will be walking. What a scene it will be. I think that is the only way the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma can be done. I need to get into the ground where people can see me, where they are living. I can't be waiting for people to come where I am living. Now I am sitting in one place to prepare these 10,000 people and make this science completely user-friendly. For that only I am sitting and working. So I have given 2 years for me now, 2018 and 2019. So 2020, before that 10,000 people will be ready to walk with me, manifesting powers. We will literally solve every person's problem in every village. The way we are walking, the path, route we are taking, physical healing or mental healing, or it's a too big visualization. How will you visualize? What will happen if 10,000 power manifestors enter into a village and ask people, tell me your problem now, come on, let's sort it out. Understand, 1,200 years before in Tiruvannamalai temple carvings, how the baby will be in the womb in 2nd month, 3rd month, all that is detailed way carved, it is there. Which scanning machine was there in those days other than the third eye? Very detailed carvings are there. Even Srirangam temple, the whole carving is there. Srirangam temple gives a week by week the whole picture of male baby and female baby. Any of you have seen that? Srirangam Rangaraja Mandapam, it very clearly portrays. There will be one Rangaranga Gopuram. In that next to Rangaranga Gopuram, there is a Rangaraja Mandapam.
Yes, ma'am. We can move on to the next
They have
slide.
already collected some.
So, though the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed this vision for the Padayatra in 2017, since the age of 10, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been enriching and preparing people for this Padayatra to save them from this pralaya and to take them to the superconscious breakthrough. From that age, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been initiating and enriching masses to enrich them with this science of enlightenment through powerful discourses, initiations, and darshans. And here are just a few examples that we'll see in the next few slides. Yes, we can. Yes, we can continue. These are just some examples of the massive discourses and satsangs that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has conducted to initiate and prepare people. Yes, Guru Purnima celebrations, Bhakti Spurna program, Dhyana Spurna program, Little Anandas, Satyagam. More photos of Satyagam. Nithyananda Spurna program. Again, Nithyananda Spurna program. However, the anti-Hindu elements have made it nearly impossible for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to do this re-energizing process and bring India and humanity out of this pralaya by driving the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism out of India. And Devi Parashakti revealed the solution for this on the 31st of May.
இரண்டாயிரத்திருபத்திரண்டு வரை இந்தியா செல்ல வேண்டாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய் தெரிந்துகொள், சொல்வதை புரிந்துகொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் இந்தியாவிற்குள் வரக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக 2020 பாரதம் முழுவதும் 12 ஜோதிர்லிங்கமும் பாத யாத்திரை செய்திடவே என் மகன் மூலமாய் திட்டமிட்டிருந்தேன். படுபாவிகள் ஓடத்தின் மாலுமியை ஊர்விட்டு துரத்தினார்கள். என்ன நடக்கிறதென்று பார். முறையாக கைலாய நாட்டின் தலைவனாக நிறை மரியாதையொடு நல் மதிப்பொடு என் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் திருவடி மீண்டும் பாரதத்தில் பட்டு பாத யாத்திரை செய்த பிறகு மட்டுமே நீ அங்கு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதுவரை உன்னை காத்து செல்லாதே. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Yes, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism Devi revealed through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that the pralaya will only end when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is welcomed back to India and with reverence and respect as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So only when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's feet touch the ground in India will this pralaya be ending within India. So let us look, as we look around, we see what the great rishis of the Vedic civilization have forewarned about the Kali Yuga. So the Kali Yuga is the worst of all the 4 yugas, where man will be his worst enemy. And here is a pramana from sage Vyasa in the Kurma Purana. And this pramana reveals that this Kali Yuga is the worst of the 4 yugas in all the world. People are sinful and forget the dharma of the 4 varnas and the 4 ashramas. In fact, men are so sinful that no prescribed penance atones for their great sins. The only place which is free from such sins is the great city, sacred city of Varanasi, the Mahapuri. In the Kurma Purana, it states that the Lord Rudra, Paramashiva himself, is the avatar for the Kali Yuga. Brahma is the presiding divinity of the Devata, or for the Kritya Yuga. The Treta Yuga is Bhagavan Ravi, Surya, in which appeared Sri Rama. In Dwapara Yuga, the presiding deity is Vishnu. And in the Kali Yuga, fourth cycle of time, the current age, the presiding divinity, the avatar is Rudra, Lord Maheshwara, Mahasadashiva. Out of his deepest compassion, Paramashiva himself took the body of the human form in the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidana, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, on the 2nd of January, 1978. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed that 1978 was the perfect time to land. If even he landed even 1 year later, it would have been too late. Now let us watch the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism saying this in his own words.
And I tell you, O Hindus, don't be afraid. I am back with the same signs. We are going to be rich. It is not lost. Just the last minute climax before it was going to be put off. Have happened. (1979) would have been late. 1979 would have been late. If I had time, I would have sent only ambassadors. Because no time, I have to get up and come directly. O Hindus, feel blessed. Science is not dead. It is available. I have everything needed to bring that science back to life and establish its legitimacy.
The Avatar's advent on the planet Earth was to protect the world from this great cosmic deluge and to bring humanity to the new age, the Satya Yuga, and to give them the superconscious breakthrough. Here is another revelation by Devi Parashakti about the Avatar's descent on the planet Earth.
ஓம் ஓம் உலக மக்களே கேளுங்கள். கலி முற்றி கலி கழிந்து புதுயுகம் சத்தியயுகம் புறப்பட வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததனால் வந்திருக்கின்றது இந்த பெரும் பிரளயம். கவலை வேண்டாம் மக்களே. நித்யானந்தன் வடிவம் தாங்கி நாமே இங்கு வந்திருக்கின்றோம். நித்யயுகம் செய்வோம், நித்யயுகம் சத்யயுகமாய் மலரும் இங்கு. ஆனந்தமாக இருங்கள்.
Yes, Devi Parashakti revealed that on the 30th of April, people of the world listen. Kali Yuga has matured and over time has come, the time has come for Satya Yuga to happen. So this great pralaya has come. Don't worry, people. In the form of Nithyananda, I myself have come here. I will make Nitya Yuga. Nitya Yuga will blossom into Satya Yuga. Be blissful. For this huge hell, Girmi Bhojanam, not to happen to India, in 2020, I had planned to do Padayatra throughout India in the 12 Jyotirlingas through my son, Swamiji. So this is something that the avatar has been preparing since the age of 10. For now, we will take a short break and return. This segment will continue tomorrow, where we will go into more details about how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been preparing humanity for this great Pralaya, and how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was not able to perform his mission and was chased out of India. We will take a short break and return. Thank you. Nithyanandam.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
Nithyananda, welcome back to all of the viewers. Nithyananda, welcome back to all of the viewers. Yes, now we're going to enter into the next segment of today's program and understand the causing offering. So what are we doing during the offerings to Devi Parashakti?
each and every one of us is able to be in the divine presence of Devi Parashakti herself, manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And until now in today's program, I'm sure you have understood, and you have understood finally the cosmic principles, who Devi represents, what is her embodiment, what are the principles which she represents, and what are the powerful cognitions we can understand from her divine grace and blessings, and how those powerful cognitions, when applied into our life, can manifest a breakthrough. So now let us start by going over the offerings for Devi Parashakti and what we can do to deepen our sacred sentiments for Devi Parashakti and really manifest our reality with Devi Parashakti's grace and blessings. The first offering is the E-Hundi offering, and the pramana for the E-Hundi offering is Bhakti Priya Bhakti Ghamya Bhakti Vasya Vayapaha Shambhavi Sharada Radha Sharvani Sharmadhayini. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fears. During this E-Hundi offering, you will have a beautiful opportunity, a blessing to remove all kinds of fear in your life. If there is any fear in the minds of devotees, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn, and here it is meant that autumn of our lives, when thoughts turn to more and more inwards, the role of the divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship becomes stronger. In the verse that we just chanted, Shambhavi means consort of Shambhu, the Lord Shiva. Sharadharadhya means worshipped by Sharadha, Saraswati. Sharvani means the wife of Lord Shiva. And the Linga Purana says the Lord Shiva is called Sharva in his form. Sharmadhayini means Devi who bestows happiness on devotees. You can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika, and your name shall be chanted out during the puja to Devi. And now next, the next is the Sankalpa chanting, which you can offer just for $1 USD. The pramana goes, the English translation of the pramana is, the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in materialistic sense. This is from the Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 34, where offering the sankalpa, the conscious resolution, blesses the person offering with all the fruition of the desires and wishes he is yearning for. If you'd like to offer this offering, you can go to tiny.cc/BSD prayer, and you can offer this this offering. The next slide, please. Thank you. Yes, and the next offering is the Sahasranama Swarna Kasu, which is $75 USD, or can be also $151 or $251. And the Shastra Pramana, the verse describing Devi, goes Nama Parayana Prita, means she who likes the repetition of her various names. And this is from the Lalita Sahasranama, verse 731. This is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. It's a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. And you can offer a gold coin inscribed with each of the 1008 names and receive the blessings to have the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. Once again, you can offer this using the URL provided on the screen. The next slide, please. So the next is the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with the pearl. And this is an offering of either 251, 500, or 750 USD. Yeah. This next verse is from the Meenakshi Pancharatnam. Muktaharanala Kiritaruchiram Purnendu Vaktram Prabham Shinjanupura Kinkini Manidaram Padma Prabhavasuram Sarvabhita Falapradam Girisutam Vani Rama Sevitam Meenakshim Pranatosmi Santatamaham Karunya Varanidhim. I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls, and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, and the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. The Mukta Anguti. Yes, we can go on to the next slide. Thank you. You can offer this Mukta Anguti, the pearl ringer, the pearl ring on the finger, and receive the blessing to be showered by her compassion and pure love in all your business endeavors. The next slide, please. Yes. The next is the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus, which is costing the 600 USD. And the verse is from Kamikagama, where this offering is referenced from the Shastras. And in that verse, the translation goes, all the kalasas should be wound around with a suitable thread and covered with a new cloth. They should be adorned with a lotus flower made of gold. The next slide, please. Yes. There are hundreds of spiritual references for using lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. And almost anything and everything in the worship of the ultimate involves a consecration of deities or the worship and meditating on with the mudras and asanas during the worship. And it always involves the lotus flower, the lotus leaf or the lotus pericarp and the lotus petals, all the parts of the lotus. And so this is why the lotus is considered a divine flower. The Shakti of Paramashiva is also called a lotus, and the base of the Paramashiva linga is a lotus as well. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered a lotus who is about to bloom. So if you offer the gold lotus in any size you wish to, and be blessed to have that state, space, and powers and being of Devi in your inner space amidst every adversity which you come across in your life. So once again, you can offer this Swarna Padma Pushpa, and you will be able to have all the auspiciousness in your life. The next offering is the Swarna Meti, which is, the Swarna Mati, which is the gold toe ring, and the Shastra Pramana. The translation goes, you whose brightness from toenails destroy the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. This is the offering this is the Shastra Pramana for the offering of the Swarna Meti, which is 750 USD. The next slide, please. Yes. Now, if you can offer the toe ring to Devi, adorning her sacred feet, to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings in even the most difficult aspects of your life. Once again, the link is provided below for any of the offerings that you'd like to make today. Now, the next is the Swarna Mangtika, where in the Shastra, the Lalita Sahasranama, Devi is described as Shuddha Sharabhi Varshini, meaning she who makes the nectar flow in all our nerves from Sahasrara, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. And the Mangtika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara chakra, which is fully opened. The next slide, please. And you can offer this Mangtika to Devi and receive the blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and space of complete completion. Once again, this is 750 USD, and you will be able to fill out the forms and have all the procedures at the link provided below. Yes, so now this offering is the most exciting Pratyaksha Pada Puja, which is 1008 USD. The Shastra Pramana for the Pratyaksha Pada Puja is as follows. Nakhadidita Satchanna Namajanatamo Guna Padhadvaya Prabhajala Parakrita Saroruha. The illumining splendor of Devi's toenails dispel the darkness of ignorance in the devotees prostrating at her feet. Her feet defeat the lotus in beauty. This is the Shlokam 83 of the Saundarya Lahari, which states that the nails that have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate in front of Devi. And Tamoguna is darkness. In this stotram, tamas is the indicative of ignorance in the minds of devotees, and by constantly prostrating in front of Devi, before Devi, their ignorance is entirely removed and they attain the ultimate supreme knowledge. Offering this Pratyaksha Pada Puja blesses the Yajaman, the person who is offering, with all the auspiciousness and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Once again, this is a very special offering which is 1008 USD, and you can sign up at the link provided. Yes, in the Vastra Seva, which is also 1008 USD, you can also offer the Vastra Seva, or the offering of the cloth, the divine alankaram and clothes and jewels, clothes to the to Devi Parashakti, and this blesses the Yajaman, or the offering, the receiver, with all of the auspiciousness and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The next slide, please. So here is a summary of all of the offerings. E-Hindu offering, the Sankalpa chanting, the offering of the conscious resolution, the Devi Sahasranama Kasu, or the pure gold coin, and then the Mukta Anguti, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the Swarna Meti, the Swarna Mangtika, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and the Vastra Seva. And once again, these are all really exciting offerings that you can offer to Devi Parashakti during today's Devi Parashakti Akashic reading. And every single day, these offerings are made in the temple and made for all of the receivers, the Yajamans, to have the utmost auspicious blessings in their life. So I encourage each and every one of you to go to the link provided and start to make your offering. You can choose any of these. If you want to manifest your offering, or if you are ready to offer, or if you're still just looking for more information, you can go to the links provided and find out more information about the offerings to Devi Parashakti. Next slide, please. So we have a registration form where there are two options. If you are ready to offer today, or if you want to make your intention to offer a specific seva at a specific time as well, you can also fill this form. And the registration form, you can fill this form also if you are interested in offering, if you need more help in manifesting, or if you want more details as well. So it's not just for the people who are absolutely ready to offer, but if you, if anything had sparked your interest, then you can offer you can fill out this form and make sure that you offer it these extremely remarkable once in a lifetime offerings today, or at when you are ready, when you can manifest it. But you can start manifesting, establishing this extremely deep and beautiful connection with Devi Parashakti through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Once again, if you want to make an online payment and you are ready and want to make that payment, you can go to the link provided, tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. And after the payment, make sure that you are going to tiny.cc/Sankalpa 2021 and ensure that all of your details are entered so that the Pujacharya is offering each and every one of these with your name and all of the details, the Gotra, Nakshatra, which is required for chanting your name and making sure that all the auspiciousness is attributed, is bestowed upon you after this offering. Yes. So now, in order to make the payment and how we can make the payment, if you're interested or if you want to help, if you want to start manifesting this offering to Devi Parashakti, then we'll have a brief walkthrough of the entire process. I invite Ma Nitya Atma Priyananda Swami to take us through that walkthrough of the entire process.
Nithyanandam. So now, as we saw all the various sevas which are offered to Devi Parashakti, so how can we offer the various sevas and how do we make an online payment? So you can quickly go to the link which was provided, tiny.cc/Devi-offerings, and you'll be guided to this page where you can go ahead and choose whichever seva you want to offer to Parashakti. So for example, you would like to offer the Swarna Padma Pushpam. So you can select that Swarna Padma Pushpam and add it to your cart. So once you add it to the cart, so you will be guided to the next page where you can select it and proceed it to checkout. So go here and proceed to checkout. So once you proceed to checkout, you will now be guided to the next page of billing details. So all the details which you need to fill out, and then after you finish that, you can place your order right here in the bottom. So once you finish offering this seva, you can now move on to the next link, the Sankalpa link, where you need to be submitting your names for the puja to be offered to Parashakti. So you can go ahead and click next over here and fill out all the details in the form with your name, your details, all the details, and click on to Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan and next, and submit this link for your names to be chanted during the puja. So the next beautiful option is the e-Kundi offering, where you can offer it as a super sticker and a super chat option in the YouTube live chat, where you go here and click on to the super sticker and super chat option here and offer at your own capacity as an e-Kundi offering to Devi Parashakti. Yes, so these are the various ways how you can offer your deep love and gratitude and devotion to Parashakti. So with that, we come to the end of this segment of the program, and we'll be moving on to the next segment after a short break.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service, helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything.
Back to all the viewers. Yes, so and now before we are entering into the next segment where the administrators of the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnya Peetham are going to be joining and sharing the details about the ongoing efforts to provide multi-layer quarantine and in Kailasa campuses across India, and giving us updates about and the different sharings and different updates from Adi Kailash about the preventive care that Devi Parashakti has blessed and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is executing, is ensuring is happening day in and day out, 24/7. I'd like to invite all of the viewers to share this program in all of the social media platforms and make sure that we are reaching this program to as many people as possible. Most of us spend 4 to 5 hours every single day on the internet, on social media. So if you want, you can spend a few of those hours. You can spend just a few minutes if you want, sharing with your family and friends the most beautiful spiritual treat with your whole family, friends, anyone who you feel will really benefit and listen to this offering, listen to this program. Now, also, I hope that every single person, all the viewers, know the very exciting news from Kailasa that the UN has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the ASMT women, specifically the indigenous women of the ASMT, of the Adishaimite minority tradition. And the United Nations has really graciously has displayed and given us a platform to voice out the persecution that has been ongoing for the last decade, with over 120 false cases filed against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, over 70 assassination attempts, and so many brutal attacks against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, his disciples, his adinams, and so much more that has happened. And over the last few days, we have been using this time, we have been requesting each and every one of the viewers using this platform on Nithyananda TV and Kailasa TV to engage with all the viewers, share the story of the ongoing persecution that has happened, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has undergone, has survived, and despite which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is continuously contributing to the world. Make sure that you know, you see the platform where the United Nations has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can go to the link in the scroll below and see it for yourself. And not only that, make sure that you're sharing it with everyone. Make sure that everyone whom you know is sharing this if you feel you are Hindu. And Hindu culture is being diluted. Hindu culture is extremely at risk for being lost forever. If you feel even an inkling of this sentiment, then please make sure that you go to the United Nations website, the link provided in the scroll below, and you see the documentation that the UN is now presenting, is now advocating for Kailasa, recognizing officially that of the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as well as the Adishaivite minority tradition. And mainly, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been an advocate and supporting women worldwide, protecting women from acts of rape, genocide, brutal assault, gang rape, and so much more. And every single day we have been sharing the stories of victims at 8 a.m. IST and 8 p.m. IST, and we have been sharing the extremely heart-wrenching stories of victims across Kailasa, who are always so grateful at the moment that the United Nations has recognized the persecution against the one being in the world who has protected all of us and has ensured that we all have an opportunity for awakening superconscious breakthrough and living our ultimate possibility. So make sure, if you are interested in learning more about this, you can tune in at 8 a.m. IST, Indian Standard Time, to learn more on the stories of victims of the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the victims who fell to the hands of neo-Hindutva militant forces, and how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has continuously been contributing and ensuring that the revival of Kailasa happens for protecting Hindu women and the rights of Hindu women and protecting them against gender-based violence. So make sure that you're tuning in, and also check out the link in the scroll below for how the United Nations has actually recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa, and share this link with all of your friends, how finally the Hindu Holocaust is starting to be recognized, is starting to have a voice in the international platforms. And now let's enter into a next brief segment into how we can ask our questions to Devi Parashakti. Now, if you are joining in for the first time, we have been in the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading program. And if you have already heard before, we have understood powerful cognitions of Devi Parashakti. We've understood the ways that Akashic reading can bring a beautiful breakthrough in your life. And now, if you want to ask a question and you want to ask and request Devi Parashakti for her time and for her any boon or blessing that you've been secretly and really deeply yearning for, you can do so now on different social media platforms. So the first we have here is, if you comment on the live YouTube video, you can comment on this video. If you're watching from YouTube, you can comment on this very live stream once the live darshan begins. And first you have to go to the join button in order to join as a member of Kailasa's Nithyananda YouTube channel. And then the second step is to ask the questions in the super chat of the YouTube live video. So that's a very simple process to comment on the live YouTube video. Next slide, please. Thank you. Yes, so after that, you can go and like and follow the Facebook page of Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam, the official page of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. If you're not already, this is your gateway to all of the notifications, the live darshans, the programs, the satsangs, and the continuous celebration from Kailasa. So make sure that you are already liking and following this official page, and you can ask your question to Devi Parashakti on the live video on Facebook in a very simple process. You can use the hashtag #AskTheAvatar as well, and just go to the live video and comment. Yes, and also if you are a frequent user of Twitter and you really like the platform Twitter, then you can also use that platform to ask your questions to Devi Parashakti. And the first step is to make sure that you are following the Twitter account. You can follow @Sri Nithyananda, the official handle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and you can ask your questions as a reply tweet to the official live video of this live feed. Use the hashtag #AskTheAvatar and tag @Sri Nithyananda in your question and make sure that it is read aloud by Devi Parashakti, or answered, more to say, by Devi Parashakti. Finally, if you are a frequent user of Instagram, you can also go to Instagram. You can search Sri Nithyananda, the official Instagram handle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and on the post for Devi Parashakti Akashic readings, you can ask your questions in the comments. And next, if you're not on any of these platforms, you can also go to kailasa.org and use your WhatsApp number to send in your questions through WhatsApp, and Devi Parashakti will answer you personally during the live darshan. And it is the most gracious blessing if her eyes fall on your question, your words, and she will directly answer what your being, your very soul, is yearning for intensely. So make sure you go to kailasa.org, and in the left-hand corner, you can see the widget for asking your questions in WhatsApp. So this concludes the segment on how you can ask your question to Devi Parashakti. And once again, I'd like to invite all of the viewers, if you have not already, make sure that you are going and seeing the way the United Nations has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and take a few minutes right now to share with all of your family, your friends, any Hindu whom you want to enrich, any Hindu. And also we can share with Hindu leaders across the world, international Hindu sympathizers. If you are practicing Hindu, if you are just curious to know more about Hinduism, share this link about the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the persecution of the indigenous women of the Adi Shaivite minority tradition. And it'll really, with more and more people who are able to see and recognize the legitimacy of the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, it will bring more and more, allow more and more the good that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing to awaken each and every one of us and bring super conscious breakthrough to the world happen and manifest as he is envisioning and working for continuously. So once again, in the scroll underneath this video, you will be able to see where the United Nations has recognized the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We humbly request all of the viewers to go to that link, share that link with all of your friends and family. If you are a Hindu, this is something we need to take responsibility for at this time. And as Hindus who are enjoying all the great things that Hinduism has contributed to the world, if you are Hindu and even a NRI or a non-returning immigrant, you are enjoying so many things of the best of Hinduism right now, wherever you are. If you are Hindu, then you have to understand that we are, each and every single one of us, responsible for the fact that at home in India and also in many places around the world, Hinduism, where it was once having 56 nations, is slowly dying one by one. And Hinduism itself is in grave danger. So ensure then we take the responsibility now to share the way that the United Nations has recognized the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So now we will enter into the next segments of today's program, where the administrators of the Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham will be sharing with each and every one of you about the updates going on, about the multi-layer quarantine and the extreme care that is provided in Adi Kailasa and campuses around India. So let's get ready for the next segment in today's program. We'll be right back with you after a very quick break.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job.
If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivam. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
The next segment, we're going to see about the COVID care protection centers in India, the de facto spiritual embassies that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji, has opened across India for the humanity to benefit, to reside, to protect themselves from COVID. Especially in this segment, we're going to see how the temple sciences, temple ecosystems that Swamiji has revived in these de facto spiritual embassies, how they help you to protect yourselves from COVID. Now, let us see some facts. The COVID surge has made the Shirdi Siddhivinayak temple and many other temples to shut till further orders. So the Sai Baba temple will be remain closed for the devotees from Monday 8 p.m. till further notice. Similar way, the Puri Jagannath temple to remain closed for the public. All the religious places closed for public in Bhubaneswar as the city records the highest daily COVID surge. Major Mathura temples ban entries of devotees amidst COVID-19 surge. Gujarat's Somnath temple remained closed for darshan amidst COVID-19 surge. What you can also see here is the Chola era temples' murtis are getting beheaded. So all over India, what we can see in terms of temples are, all the temples are getting shut, and the Hindus do not have a place to go, especially when they are suffering so much deaths, so much of illnesses. Where do they go to offer their prayers and worship, and how do they connect with God, connect with divine? So in these times when COVID-19 is rampant and the ancient temples are in lockdown because of the risk of widespread corona disease, the devotees of these temples were visiting and having darshan of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years. Yet all these ancient sacred sentiments have come to an harming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. The religious fervor of devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is reviving the Kailasa ecosystems and bringing all the ancient traditions of these temples in online platforms on the Kailasa TV, YouTube channels, and Facebook. So all the ancient traditions that we have so far connected with, all of these Swamiji is bringing them in digital platforms for us to connect with gods.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Now, the next we are going to look at why deity worship and why the Kailasa temples are so special in connecting the deities alive. What is the context that the temples of Kailasa hold? Swamiji beautifully has shared that deities are not mere idols, they are the embodiment of ideals. We do not worship the idols, we worship the ideals represented through the idols. When the divine is presented before him in the form, he can see, touch, and relate to. The transmutation becomes an inner, easy, and joyful process. Second, the deities in the real kshetra are always carved in the form of ancient masters and enlightened beings. Even though no longer in the body, they can be invoked through the name or the form they are used while in the physical plane. When we pray to the deity or chant their name, the corresponding divine vibration is automatically awakened and becomes available on the energy plane to guide and bless us. Swamiji has told that we have mastered the science of bringing the deity to the deities, divine to the deities, and express the divine through the deities. The whole science has been mastered in the Vedic tradition. The revival of temples will be revival of the world peace and world bliss. Revival of temple culture, the deity worship, where the people are made to look in. That is where the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Advaita Satya, is going to happen. So for you to join our COVID Care Protection Center, you can log into kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. KAILAASA.org/Kailasa Care for you to join our COVID Care Protection Centers. It is for you to save yourself from this pralaya, from this mental breakdown. We have this kshetras, all our kshetras, where the temple ecosystem is revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is available to one and all. So you can join us in the COVID Care Protection Centers for you to avail this space and opportunity. Next, we're going to look into Kailasa's temple ecosystems. What are the contributions around the world in terms of Kailasa's temple ecosystems? Kailasa is a place where everything related to super consciousness is revived. All the sampradayas, all the spiritual ecosystems created for enlightenment will be revived and established in such a way that it never gets lost again. They're forever serving the humanity. Next, we're going to watch a video on how the temple ecosystems can be revived. So,
I am going to revive Hinduism by setting up a model community, enlightenment ecosystem. I am going to create absolutely from the scratch newly self-sustaining, temple-based Hindu ancient enlightenment ecosystem and civilization based on that. Understand? Kailasa is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva himself manifested this Kailasa Mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem, and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, Kailasa, by creating a model Kailasas all over the world.
The adulation of violence in recent lifestyle has enabled disruption in several nations, affecting millions of people with mental disease, physical health ailments, defalcation of food supply, and pinpointed destruction to the infrastructure of several countries. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, has dedicated his life and made it his mission to bring the global peace from ground level through the Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship and Department of Human Services, to bring harmony in humanity, to create a life of freedom and peace for every individual on the planet through the revival of temple ecosystems. Joshua Jordan, as the director of National Institute of Mental Health, NIMH, has pointed out that the environmental factors present both risk and protective influences on the mental health. The temple ecosystems provide that environment, that vatavarana, that which can empower your mental health, especially the individual factors such as microbiome, natural and built-in components, and social factors. So all of these components are together presented in these temple ecosystems that can simply empower your mental health. From 1994 to this date, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has worked tirelessly in the revival of the temple ecosystems through Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship and the Department of Human Services led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This lifelong commitment to the mission and the vision, bringing global harmony, sustainable living, and reproducible ecosystems have been proved in building active, contributing temple ecosystems of the world. In 2006, following a meditation under sacred banyan tree in Adi Kailasa, peacekeepers of Kailasa, along with the children of Nithyananda Gurukul, celebrate the auspicious occasion of Deepavali. What you are seeing here is 2018, the peacekeepers of Kailasa and participants of Paramashivoham meditation workshop taking part in the celebration of traditional flag fasting ceremony. Here what you see is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Nithyananda Spuranam program at 2-day meditation workshop. Here what you're seeing is in 2006, the Swamiji has conducting this 2 days meditation workshop at St. Peter's Engineering College. The peacekeepers of Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism embark on an Himalayan Yatra, traditional sacred pilgrimage to the Himalayan mountains and up the river Ganga. The temple ecosystems of Tiruvannamalai serves as a driving factor in maintaining the lifestyle of health, wealth, and well-being for the denizens of Tiruvannamalai, one of the remaining living temple ecosystems. The peacekeepers of Kailasa and participants of Paramashivoham meditation workshop has taken part in morning meditation and traditional puja or the ritualistic worship. The distribution of sweet butter as part of Krishna Janmashtami celebrations, the celebration of Lord Krishna's birth. Playfully colorful celebrations of Krishna Janmashtami, what you're seeing here. As part of Krishna Janmashtami celebrations, peacekeepers of Kailasa distributing free organic food to public. Peacekeepers of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, take part in Kara Seva in 2016, the voluntary contribution of physical service towards cleaning and construction of the temple. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, arrives with volunteers in 2013 and Kailasa's peacekeepers to provide the relief efforts to cyclone-hit Pondicherry. Through the distribution of food, water, and basic necessities, medical camp, and clearing the local roads for further relief efforts. What you're seeing here is the Thane flood relief food preparations. And you also see the medical camps that was established. So with a lot of hard work and authenticity, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established these Kailasas ecosystems around the world. And they are passed on traditionally. From 1994, the Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, this Arunachala Sarvanya Peetham, has been traditionally passed on to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from his Guru. And now this ecosystem has beautifully flowered where thousands of devotees and delegates visit and receive the blessings through various meditation workshops and so forth. In 2011, you can see how Swamiji himself personally directly serving Anadan and doing the traditional worships. Here you can see thousands arrive to celebrate the Enlightenment ecosystem and to traditionally meet Swamiji and get the blessings. So, and these temple ecosystems are established all across the world. And what you're seeing here is the Tiruchengodu Adinam. And this is the Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Paramashivam in Bidadi. Through the live stream of the sacred banyan tree and the deities, the temple ecosystem of Adi Kailasa is continuously available to one and all from wherever they are. Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Paramashivam in Bidadi, the continuous flow of worship and the temple services. So what you're seeing here is the Kailasa in Columbus, Kailasa in Los Angeles, housing 80 plus deities, and it's one of the largest Hindu temple ecosystems of the West. Now what we are seeing is Kailasa in Seattle. Then you have the Kailasa in San Jose. So these are all for us to understand how these Kailasa ecosystems are established around the world. So this is Kailasa in St. Louis, where one of the tallest Venkateshwara deities in the North America is there with his consorts, Sri Devi and Bhudevi. This is a picture from Kailasa in Phoenix that was established way before 7 years ago. So this is from Kailasa in Houston, Texas, that was formally inaugurated in 2017, and it is declared as the Parihara Sthala for all the Navagraha doshas. This is a picture from Kailasa in Toronto, Canada, where the temple deities are seated exactly as the existentially preside in Kailasa around Paramashiva. Kailasa in Toronto, that is alive and active from 2011 onwards, has been blessed to radiate the superconscious energy of Kailasa. This temple ecosystem goes on providing various temple services to the community, such as Annadan and other traditional Hindu ceremonies. In this way, the Department of Religion and Worship, along with the Department of Human Services, consider that happiness to be the highest fundamental right for all the human beings. The ultimate goal of Hinduism and Kailasa, led by Swamiji, is the material and the spiritual well-being and the prosperity for the humanity. So to join us in these COVID care protection centers, which will offer you this beautiful temple ecosystem, especially during this pralaya, you can join us in kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. KAILAASA.org/Kailasa Care. Let's take a few minutes for the viewers to join this beautiful opportunity in Pralaya.
And now let's go over the contributions from Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship during this COVID-19 pandemic. The various homas being performed.
All these services are digitally provided to us through Facebook platform and all the other social media platforms. Every single ritual has been digitally promoted to us, to the humanity. And what you're seeing now is the Mahamrityunjaya Homa that was promoted recently and offered as a service for the people to experience longevity. We can offer the prayers to Mahamrityunjaya, who is an embodiment for gracing the humanity with longevity. So all these homas are promoted and offered as a service digitally for the whole of the humanity to benefit. Similarly, you can see that these services are offered in YouTube also. What you're seeing is YouTube channel page of the Nithyananda Paramashiva Devalayam. Yes, you're seeing how these traditional rituals, though you are not able to personally visit any of the temple during this COVID-19 time, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has enabled these digital services
And now the revelations to the world by Devi Parashakti. On 12th May 2021, Devi Parashakti revealed, I came as Nijavatara. I am blessing you. Listen. People, listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. People of India, listen. Carefully listen. Time after time, Bharatam is Jnana Bhumi, where enlightened beings come. We cannot make Jnana Bhumi as infertile. Enlightened beings have to come. They have to live. It has to flower. Few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion, we cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save cosmos from being destroyed, that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya is Adi Kailasa. Because of conspiracy of Drohis and enemies' rule, the captain had to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all Aushadhas, by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, Navapashana, is going to allow people to come and take dip in Navapashana flower. People, whoever comes and dips in Vaidyasarovar, they will not have death. They will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line. Every day they will come and dip in Anandalingam. Listen well to my words, Devi continued. For India, I made ship as protection. The Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidyasarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa. O Indians, listen. All those regretting losing Nithyananda Nijavatara without confusion and without talking just as lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. Crores of people will come there looking for health, Navapashana water feast and medicine, to get health and protection and enlightenment. To protect India from the great destruction, I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if captain is not there, ship is there. When the first world countries closed their borders during this massive global emergency, Kailasa is the only nation that has opened its not only doors, but every single Kailasa has been opened up in all its dimensions to all without exception. To join the COVID Care Protection Centers, register now through the link https://kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. Let's take a few minutes to register ourselves for the COVID Care Protection Center.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
And one can see further glimpses of the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam at Adi Kailasa, where the various rituals are performed daily, the Nimitta rituals and special homas, special pujas being performed, like how one sees a Shatru Samhara Trishiti Homa and a whole array of homas and pujas. The further rituals that are being performed exactly as per the Veda Agamic injunctions, under the direct guidance, direct supervision, and literally the micromanaged training given to the Balasans, the sannyasis of the Sovereign Order of Kailasa in performing these rituals with the ultimate authenticity, with extreme attention to the detail, that so as to ensure that the rituals are performed exactly as per the Veda Agamic injunctions, the same steps being done with the absolute space of devotion and the space to ensure that whatever these rituals are meant to give, that same fruit is given to humanity from the space of devotion to the living energies, the living deities energized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam. The traditional marriage ceremony, the various Brahmotsavams or the 10-day celebrations, and in this time of global crisis, when the corona pandemic is causing not only physical destruction but also collapsing the minds of people, mental breakdowns, temple is a huge support, a huge pillar in yet another way, yet another time to ensure that one is spiritually protected from this COVID-19 pandemic, and therefore to avail of this COVID Care Protection Center. Register now through the link https://kailasa.org/Kailasa Care.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivam. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
Next, what you're going to watch is a beautiful video to see how this Adi Kailasa Satnangapeetham was built from the scratch by the efforts of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji. It's on you. Persecution.
Parashakti Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be.
Flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge.
Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadasham Tattvamasya Lakshmyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures: no photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions: please be aware of the important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself explaining what is spa manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I've added the ultimate powerfulness, Turyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work.
Beautifully, Bhagavan explained what is power manifestation. It is cognitive shift. It is not work. The science of power manifestation. It's a science because it is repeatable and each one of us can manifest. Science of power manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The pramanas, the evidences that each one of us can manifest all the powers of Paramashiva, experiencing the superconscious breakthrough, and the scriptural references, Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas. Apta Pramana, experience and the results of the Aptas, the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nayanamas, Alvars, Siddhas, all of them are authority of Hinduism. The Vedic rishis and the scientists who time-tested and verified the science of power manifestation. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatars, personal experience of each power manifestation, Bhagavan's very own Leelas. Shakshi Pramana, the experience of the disciple, devotees, followers all around the world, like all of us, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva, initiated by Bhagavan himself. Whoever comes, Bhagavan has beautifully said, whoever comes to the Kailash Kotiyarma, I myself will manifest through them. The initiation, the entanglement that happens, Shaktini Pada. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Again and again, Bhagavan beautifully shows us that the consciousness that is the very nature of us can be experienced as our reality. And each one of us can experience having a thoughtless space. Thinking is not required for life. Only the Paramashiva space is the way to manifest our reality. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana are the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and Agamas.
Maranam ghadyate tena sakenapi na ghadyate tasyasyat paramasidhe animadi gunaprada.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलम् अचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं तद्गुरुं तं नमामि। Nithyananda, I offer my humble obeisance, my humble pranam at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And I'm welcoming all of the viewers who are gathering with us right now on Nithyananda TV, Kailasa TV, from all of the thousands of satsang centers and Padaka mandirs and all of the Annalayas, the Devalayas, the Goshalas, the e-Gurukuls and Gurukuls across the world who are joining us for this live stream, this program today, as we are continuing to share the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the Adi Shaivite minority tradition. As many of you know, we across the world, in Kailasas across the world, we are celebrating, we are in deep and immense gratitude that finally the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is recognized by the United Nations. For the past decade, we have been literally going door to door, begging for some form of justice, some form of reprieve for the absolute dehumanization, torture, assassination attempts, lawfare, physical, sexual assault, and rape of so many Hindus, and above all, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. Today, if you search Nithyananda, the name of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, online, the first thing that comes up is perhaps some extremely derogatory hate speech, hate crimes against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Today, the way that he is even known on the media, he is spoken about or trolled, how so much of hate speech is crawling the internet and infesting the minds of people who are not knowledgeable enough and are ignorant to the truth behind his contribution to the world, and how he is empowering each and every individual and here on planet Earth to awaken the whole of humanity and bring superconscious breakthrough. Why is the Supreme Pontiff not known for 1 billion people who are enriched and enriched across the world? How is he not known for 1 billion meals, 3 nutritious vegetarian meals served across the world? How is the fact that he has been recognized in more than 40 different awards and recognitions by various different government leaders, by various different Senate and Congress members in the United States, across the United States, in various cities of the United States, in Canada, and also Mexico, in Colombia, and so many different countries, how he has been awarded and recognized for the contribution and the revival work of Sanatana Hindu Dharma that he is doing. How is he not known for the revival of 14 ancient indigenous kingdoms, revived from literally 60,000 years back when Paramashiva himself was on planet Earth, and the Sanatana Hindu Dharma literally originated, such as the Madhurayadinam, the Kailashonnata Shamala Pita Sarvajna Pitam, which runs and administers and is literally the background of the entire city of Madurai and the Madurai temple. And how is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism not known for the absolute breakthroughs given to the world of power manifestation? Literally, the blind are being able to see for the first time in their lives through the powers of third eye. People who have not been able to walk for 30 years are just getting up and walking just like that. Even when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was violated to the extreme, and he himself was needing to use a wheelchair, he still made an patient of paralysis walk for the first time after 30 years in her life. These contributions, these absolutely selfless forms of unconditional love and compassion go absolutely silent, unnoticed, and invisible to the mainstream population, the mainstream media, due to the anti-Hindu militant forces who have, for the last more than 1 decade, worked, conspired, criminally strategized, and then executed the most brutal attack against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. With more than 70 attempts to assassinate him, and every single ordinance which he himself worked to build, carve the deities, send, ship, and establish the ecosystem, and all of the disciples, the various sampradayas which Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revived, were all put at stake, destroyed, and victimized due to the attacks by the neo-Hindutva, anti-Hindu militant terrorist forces. And it is very much known across the world, especially by the United Nations, that how rape and child sexual abuse, sexual assault, gender-based violence in general is used as a weapon of war. If we take the example of the Cambodian genocide, or if we take the example of the Rwandan genocide, or even the Jewish Holocaust, in every single ethnocide that has happened in history so far, the rape and destabilization, absolute dehumanization of women defines the way and the execution, the literal demolition of an entire ethnicity and an entire culture. This exactly was what happened in the Hindu Holocaust and what is ongoing against the women of the Adi Shaivite minority tradition. And I myself, as a victim of the anti-Hindu militant forces, stand to say, first of all, in front of all of you, I request your time right now to listen to my story and also the stories of so many women who are ultimately protected by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and whom we see as our Guru and God, whom we saw sacrifice absolutely everything for us. As a victim of the anti-Hindu militant forces, I'd like to tell all the viewers that I am not the only one. I am not the only one to have gone through, been victimized, been sexually assaulted, raped, and manipulated, brainwashed by the leaders of the anti-Hindu militant forces. And there's a lot, countless number of silenced voices. Over the past few days, many of the viewers might have been seeing how many voices have been coming on this platform, where so many people have been sharing their stories. How children, women, sannyasis, rudrakanyas have all come to share with each and every one of you their story. But not just the people who have come and been brave enough to share their story, but also there are so many who do not have this platform, who have been silenced, manipulated, brainwashed to the point where they're not able to even start their recovery. I can say on the other side, having healed from so much of trauma and having been empowered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, by the amount of love that he has poured into surrounding me with the Hindu ecosystem and building ecosystems across the world to empower so many different women to realize their infinite possibility. I would like to share my story as well as the stories of all of the Adi Shaivite minority tradition women and share how pained we've been to see how much the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has gone through just to protect us. I hope that you stay tuned to listen in this following segment on the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the Adi Shaivite minority tradition, and understand the real story and come together to take action today. So we will be right back with you. Stay tuned. Please take a few minutes right now and share this live feed as we're going to be taking the next few minutes, next segments, to share with you the details of the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Please take a few minutes right now and share on social media this live link, and also please you can share the link of where the United Nations has finally officially recognized the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We'll be right back with you shortly to begin this segment, this continued segment of presenting to each and every one of you the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the women of the ASMT.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivam. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam, welcome back to all the viewers. I hope that
I turned down and it's fully yellow.
I welcome back to all the viewers, and I hope that you've taken a few minutes right now just to share the live program with all of your friends, your family, everyone who is interested in listening. If you're watching this right now, I really like to request your deep listening, as I'm able on this platform to share the stories of all of the Adi Shaivite minority tradition, and we are able to share the pain of being and seeing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism undergo so much of torture at the hands of the new Hindutva militant forces, and how much he has done to sacrifice everything, anything, to empower each and every one of us to our most ultimate possibilities. Today, if I am alive, speaking in front of all of you, in absolutely perfect health and free from all kinds of anxiety, depression, of post-traumatic stress disorder, and not even once thinking of the trauma that I have been through, the victimization, and the absolute violence that each and every single pore of me has gone through. If I'm able to say happily, blissfully to all of you that right now I'm able to live my highest potential with so much of hope and determination for the future, it is because of how much the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has protected and, out of his most unconditional compassion, protected and surrounded me with the ecosystem of Kailasa from a very young age. And I'd like to tell all the viewers that it's not just my story. It's not just one person. Based on my witness, based on the conversations when I was a victim to the leaders of the anti-Hindu militant forces, based on all of this, I know I'm not the only one, and all of the victims that you have seen so far are not the only ones. Each and every one of us are not the only ones. We are the voices speaking on behalf of all of the ones, of everyone who is absolutely silenced by the anti-Hindu militant forces. Today, we like to present to each and every one of you a very important subject on the objectification in the media of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and all of the Adi Shaivite minority tradition. And joining with me here today live is also Ma Nithyananda Paramashivam. And we will present to each and every one of you, break it down on how the gender and complete acceptance of all genders in Sanatana Hindu Dharma was absolutely exploited and used as a tactic to spread hatred in the media and incite a mob lynching against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and also incite the violence against all of the Adi Shaivite minority tradition. So we will be continuing this segment today on this very topic. Stay tuned to listen to the heart-wrenching stories of so many victims of the neo-Hindutva militant forces, and make sure that you're listening deeply and share. This is the opportunity we have right now, the time we have right now to ensure that no more Hindu women undergo childhood trauma, undergo sexual assault by the anti-Hindu militant forces. Please take a few minutes right now and share once again. We'll be right back with you shortly.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivam. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
Welcome back, dear viewers. As as Ma Sadashiva was sharing, today we wanted to share with you about the whole concept and idea of sexual objectification of women and the objectification of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the media. And we wanted to start off with giving an overview about the genders, the 11 genders in Hinduism, and about the LGBTQ. Very widely spoken about topic, and it's considered a very progressive stance, and there are countries which accept same-sex marriage and things like that, and there are countries where it is banned still, it's illegal. So what is Hinduism's take on LGBTQ? And first, we wanted to share with you about the current status of the LGBTQ community in today's world, and then also share with you about what is Sanatana Hindu Dharma's take on LGBTQ and how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as the leader of the ASMT community, is reviving the ancient tradition of Hinduism, and yet a very ancient yet a very progressive stance taken by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our beloved Swamiji. Okay, so an LGBTQ in today's world. Now, people around the world face violence and inequality and sometimes torture, even execution, because of who they love, how they look, or who they are. Sexual orientation and gender identity are integral aspects of ourselves and should never lead to discrimination or abuse.
Yes. Expressions of gender identity and sexual orientation are still considered taboo, and many people refrain from talking about it because of social stigma. Although the world seems more liberal nowadays, and people have seemed to be opened up about the concept of binary gender, laws have been passed and evolved in places like the United States. For example, in many places around the world, it is still extremely a stigma and a taboo thing to be talking about, and to even be expressing or feeling, so much so that people are not able to cope with the pressure of being judged, being ridiculed, or even having hate crimes being done against them due to their sexual orientation and gender.
Now, the LGBTQ people of color face highest rates of discrimination and hate crimes, especially transgender women of color. We live in a gender binary system. Individuals of LGBTQ are marginalized. In some cultures, most families do not accept non-conforming behavior by their children.
And same-sex relationships are legal, legitimized by the government of only 22 out of 54 countries. And the rest actually can be punishable by death with the maximum penalty or life imprisonment, according to the global review by the ILGA, the International Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Trans, and Intersex Association.
In some countries, laws criminalize and ban consensual same-sex activity and relationships, adding it as an effective method to contain the country's HIV epidemic. Women have been subject to violence and marginalization, not only in general society, but in LGBTQ community as well.
In Brazil, there's about 300 active LGBT organizations and marriage rights in place since 2013. In June 13, 2019, the Brazilian Supreme Court ruled that discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity is a crime equal to racism.
In most contexts, policymakers are taking decisions in the dark, left only with personal preconceptions and prejudices. The realities of violence and discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity are least understood and at best incomplete and fragmented, says Victor, the United Nations independent expert on protection. But in most countries, it is simply non-existent.
The United Nations adds that a fully effective data is impossible based on the level of barriers created by criminalization, pathologization, stigmatization, which keeps the accurate estimates regarding the world population and areas that are affected by human rights violations against the LGBT persons. Basically, in summary, knowing the real facts of what is going on against LGBT and the trauma that they're facing is almost impossible.
Seldom our society cares to realize the trauma which the members of the transgender community neither undergo nor appreciates the innate feelings of the members of the transgender community, especially of those whose mind and body disown their biological sex.
Inherent in all beings, regardless of nationality, place of residence, gender, sexual orientation, sexual characteristics, nationality, or ethnic origin, the color of their skin, their religion, their language, or any other status. And human rights are a basic fundamental right that all beings are entitled to.
And we live in a sexual binary system. In a gender binary system, says Dr. Subrajit Chatterjee in 2018, he says, the essentialist view upon birth our sexual orientation is fixed by nature. However, the social view is defined by the biological makeup of the physical body.
But here the assertion is that there are only two genders, male and female. That means that the sexual orientation categories are extremely limited and you're not able to express yourself if you feel you are not in these two categories. And based on the biological sex only, male and female gender, the entire gender binary system is placed, and our entire society works and runs on this very extremely limited cognition.
And in Hinduism, we have had the reference of the third gender, and beyond gender binary traces, which traces back in history in the Hindu epics Ramayana and Mahabharata. Shikandi, which is a very well-known character in Mahabharata, who was responsible for the killing of the great Pitamaha, Bhishma Pitamaha. She was the one who killed. She was a transgender, and Sanskrit was used to write all major Hindu epics and uses three genders. In Sanskrit, you have three genders, Pullinga, Strilinga, and Napumsakalinga, which means masculine gender, feminine gender, and a neutral gender, the Napumsakalinga. So Sanskrit has the ability to say that the person is of other gender, which currently we do not have in the English dictionary. Sanskrit, which is a divine language and the language which traces back to tens of thousands of years, has the third gender ability for you to express that.
And of course, in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the embodiment of beyond gender, of going beyond gender, is a divine quality embodied by the god Ardhanarishwara. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that the ultimate symbol of completion of gender identity. Anybody who wishes for completion with crisis caused by gender identity or misidentification could connect to Ardhanarishwara and the replica of the original deity in Arunachala, which is consecrated in the Los Angeles temple, the Nithyanandeshwara Los Angeles temple in Kailasa and Los Angeles in California in the United States. And this is a very beautiful deity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself consecrated in the Los Angeles temple for this very purpose.
Now, in the Hindu epic Ramayana, Lord Rama leaves the forest for 14 years and asks all the men and women to return to the city. Among his followers, the Hijras alone do not feel bound by the direction and decide to stay with him. Impressed with their devotion, Rama sanctions them the power to bestow the blessings on people on auspicious occasions like childbirth and marriage, and also at inaugural functions. So always you can see the people of the third gender or the other genders are in their or in the Vedagamic tradition, they come to bless at the time of childbirth and marriage and other festivals.
Yes. And today, studies find that the LGBT youth, adolescents report higher rates of abuse, victimization, and bullying more than their non-LGBT peers. Reports have higher rates of mental illness and suicidal ideation in the youth who are LGBT, who identify as LGBT. And Hinduism, in contrast, empowers humanity on one's own uniqueness, on self-discovery, individuality, and going beyond the gender binary. And of course, going beyond the dualities of the world, the dualities of your perceptions of reality itself.
On the 3rd of November, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism said, the worst thing done to you by your society is trying to push you to 3 to 4 genders. They are recognizing as either male, female, or gay, and not letting you understand that they don't have the ultimate solution, but trying to push their half unverified, non-time tested, non-foolproof understanding, ideas, concepts, cognitions being pushed into you, forcing you to digest that.
And that is why in Hinduism, the first 21 years of a child's life, of every child, is the conscious support of celibacy, and how that is extremely crucial. Finding your identification and the natural alignment of your gender in the first 21 years is an absolute requirement in being able to handle your life powerfully in the years to come. And in Hinduism, the science of 11 genders gives absolute, complete completion for one to experience. Yes, ma'am, we can go to the next slide.
Now, in 2020, the movement for LGBTQ rights in the country gained widespread support amongst the religious people. Marriage equality and LGBTQ rights in the US have strongly shifted, and individuals are identified as religious pro-LGBTQ equality. Reports from the UCLA Schools of Law, Williams Institute in 2020, more than half of LGBTQ adults are religious in the American LGBTQ community.
And in 2018, transsexualism was removed from the World Health Organization's disease manual, the ICD-11. This removal was one of the several changes made to the WHO's International Classification of Diseases, a manual used by doctors in most countries around the world. So basically, until 2018, transgenders were identified as having a disease and something which was absolutely wrong with them, which was a disease inside of them. And only in 2018 that was removed. But that doesn't erase maybe the years of trauma that one would have faced trying to digest, trying to understand what was really wrong with them when there was nothing wrong at all.
So, which means that transgender people will no longer be classified as having mental illnesses by the WHO, an international public health agency run by the United Nations. Renamed gender incongruence to its list of sexual health conditions, because while evidence is now clear that it is not a mental disorder. And ending of the pathologization, which is a treatment of a health or behavioral condition as if it were a medical condition. So that has been ended by the WHO. Now, quickly, we will give you an overview of what are the 11 genders that have been identified in Hinduism. Just a very quick overview so that we understand how the Hinduism and the SMT community are extremely progressive in their stance when it comes to identifying the sexual orientation.
So the 2 genders versus the 11 genders. Now, society has only an understanding of 2 genders, but actually 11 genders exist. There's no such thing as straight, and there's just being a being which is clothed with a body. The various permutations and combinations of our gender identification in 4 levels: physical, physiological, psychological, and the conscious level make the 11 genders.
Now, the gender, what is a gender, right? Gender is not just what you have in the physical body. Gender is a totality of our identification with the physical body, what you identify, what is the physical body that you have. Physiological existence means the internal operations of your bodily organs. How do they perform? Do they, for example, women go through their menstrual cycles, and men have their own bodily developments, internal organ developments, the male hormones, the female hormones. So all of that comes under the physiological existence. There are people who have male body, but their organs, internal organs, do function as female, or there are people who have female bodies, but they have male hormones also in them, more like a male than a female. So your physical body and your physiological body, though more often than not, are the same, but there have been unique situations, unique cases, several of such, where your physical body may be a female, but your physiological, the functioning of the organs may be female, and vice versa. And the third is the psychological layer. Like, what do you feel about you, right? The identity that you carry about you, inside you, in terms of the gender. So that's the psychological layer. And the fourth is the conscious layer, will. What do you want yourself to be? That is the fourth layer. So the permutation combination of these four, your physical body, your physiological existence, psychological existence, and your will about you, all these four mix and match determines your gender. Now let's go back to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who's the avatar of Paramashiva, right? So an avatar is someone who is beyond all genders. So let us now see what is an avatar, the physical body and the physical manifestation of.
Yes, an avatar is a physical manifestation of the metaphysical union of Shiva Shakti. He exists in the state of pure consciousness, Shiva, even as he manifests as an embodied form, Shakti. Physically, the grace exhibited and the other attributes ranging from hairline to form all point to the state of Ardhanarishwara, revealing the simultaneous expression and the perfect poise of masculine and feminine energies.
Now let's just watch this short clip on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sharing about his experience after enlightenment, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is beyond the identity of male or female. Let's watch this short clip.
I can say 2-3 things happened permanently after enlightenment. First thing, the inner chattering is not there. The gap which I gave just now, even in that few seconds, there's no word. Pure space. The second thing, the idea, the boundary, the border ends here and here starts the world. That border consciousness is not there. Whenever I have to handle the body moves, the handling happens. But when I relax, again that idea is not there. That boundary feeling doesn't exist. Third thing, even though body is male body, it is too personal, but I can say, it's up to you to understand or not, I don't mind. Because Swamiji has asked, at least for Swamiji's sake, I am sharing. Even though body is male body, the identity male or female has disappeared. The psychological identity that I am male or I am female, that doesn't exist. It is not there.
So far we shared with you about the very concept of gender and how the currently in the world the situation of LGBTQ community is, and how Hinduism and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have an extremely progressive stance towards LGBTQ. And in the next segment of the program, we are going to share with you about the very physiology and the body of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and who has declared himself to be of transcendental gender, after a short break.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet Earth. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda, all of the viewers once again. As we are continuing on in this segment on the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, I really request all the viewers who are joining with us, you can share this live program, And also make sure that you share the link to where the UN, the OHCR, has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now that we have a legitimate platform where finally, after 10 years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been recognized for how much he's been persecuted, and despite all the persecution is continuously contributing, and that he is foremost in the world's foremost advocate for the protection of women's rights. Now that there is a platform and the UN is recognizing this persecution, let us do our responsibility in sharing it with the world and ensuring that every single Hindu knows and every single person knows that this is a real thing. And finally, we can start building back from the 5,000-year Hindu Holocaust that has happened. Make sure that you are sharing once again.
And so far, we had shared with you about how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the leader of the Adi Shaivite minority tradition, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is of transcendental gender and radiating the state space powers of Ardhanarishwara, who's a perfect balance of the male and the female energies. And for this very same idea, the Supreme Pontiff, for this very same fact, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was completely abused by the anti-Hindu elements, by the anti-Hindu media, by the neo-Hindutva media, who abused the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, denigrated him, discriminated him, isolated him from the rest of the society, and did so much of a character assassination on him, discussing such vulgar things about the gender of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And that's what we wanted to share with you. How the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
The main thing here, the main thing here that we'd like to emphasize to all the viewers is the fact that they're using, absolutely ridiculing, creating so much of hate speech against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism regarding his gender, and questioning the very essence of his gender, because, and in order to justify ultimately eliminating him from the revival of Kailasa, which he has been working towards and giving so much of work towards, and ultimately justifying the assassination attempts against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It's not a simple ridicule, hate speech, hate crime, or anything like that. It's not a one-time thing. This is a huge conspiracy, a planned attack where they're using very specific strategies to demobilize and ultimately eliminate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the revival of Kailasa, which he has worked so hard for the last 27 years.
And we have a YouTube viewer whose name is Debanand Giri. Debanand Giri is asking, Namaste from Guyana, do you have devotees here? Does your organization teach advocate celibacy like the traditional Vedic culture? We have a large South Indian population here. So Devanand Girji, absolutely. So we do have a large devotee base in Guyana, and I request you to kindly email your contact details to contact@kailasa.org, which is contact@kailasa.org. You can go ahead and email, and we will reach out to you. Our Sangha locally in Guyana will reach out to you. So please do send your WhatsApp number and your contact information, your email ID, what do you do in Guyana. Please do email us at contact@kailasa.org, and we will definitely reach out to you and connect you with the Kailasa in Guyana. And you're also asking, does your organization advocate celibacy? So we do have all the genders, all the varnashramas. So we have the brahmacharya, the vanaprastha, the grihastha, and the sannyas orders. So depending on which order that you are in, if you are a krama brahmachari, means the Gurukul, during the time of your education, yes, you will have to live the vow of celibacy, which really prepares you for the life after. If you are in the Grihastha order, then you live a regular householder's life. And if you are in the Vanaprastha or the Sannyas order, again, you live the vow of celibacy that you are currently living in. It depends on that. Devanand Giriji, Girji is saying, my father's family is from South India. Very, very, very happy to know that. Thank you
Yes,
so
and
much
as we
for joining us
continue
live
further
and
in today's
commenting
program-
and actively participating in the session. We welcome you to the program, Devanand Girji. Yes. So what we were sharing is how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had been ridiculed in the media just because the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism declared himself to be of transcendental gender, and he was totally ridiculed. The media wrote so much of hate speech saying that the Supreme Pontiff declaring himself to be a transcendental gender, and when the rape accused, when the anti-Hindu elements filed a false rape case on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Supreme Pontiff declared that I have a yogic physiology and my body is beyond gender. Do the medical test on me and you will know that I am beyond gender and I am not even capable of performing whatever Swamiji is being accused of. Is impossible for Swamiji's body to even perform those of whatever that stupid, baseless rape accusations that have been slapped on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And very clearly, the medical records of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism show that the male hormone level in Supreme Pontiff's body is less than that of a 6-year-old child. Less than that of a 6-year-old child. So the body is totally different, even though it's a male body, but the operations and the functions of the body are very different. He has a yogic ridiculed in the media. There are so many media articles that we want to show you where he has been, cartoons have been made on Supreme Pontiff and he has been discriminated and he's been presented in such a bad limelight. Yes, Master Dashi.
And not only that, as these media articles were being spread across the media, in newspapers, in social and online media, and all of the different channels across India, so much of hatred among the public and among the general audience, just to show as if the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was actually some kind of low person that they were trying to make him as, and make him as a public enemy, trying to character assassinate him to that point, which literally distracted the entire general public, millions of people whose only knowledge about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism might just be from the media and a crazy frenzy of media attacks. While on one side they were distracting and creating a frenzy of absolutely vile allegations and extremely vulgar articles about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, meanwhile they could execute their plans to incite hatred and in mobs and try to mob lynch the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in several different occasions. In so many different times when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was just after the attack started on March 2nd, 2010, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was literally chased all over India by the anti-Hindu militant forces. While these articles were running in the media, were inciting so much of hatred, forming and making the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as if he was
you can see some of the media articles being projected where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is so how they are presenting and denigrating the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And here in the bottom you can also see the caricatures and cartoons and teasing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Yes, ma'am, please go down. And
not only
here
that,
in the bottom, they are using the word Nithyananda instead of putting the Supreme Pontiff's name as Paramahamsa Nithyananda. They are ridiculing by saying Nithyananga. Nanga means it's a very abusive way of addressing the third gender, saying he's not even a man. It's like that. Not in a respectful way, saying, the Supreme Pontiff is of transcendental gender, just in a very abusive way, in a very, showing and denigrating Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And that's what the media articles are doing, some of the media articles that we are showing here.
And not only that, as we're seeing, some of these articles were targeted, were planned to be released on the subsequent days to the release of a fabricated obscene video by Sun TV. So these articles came on March 2nd, March 3rd, 4th, 5th, until the 7th. Some of these articles were literally planned, pre-written and planned to be published while the anti-Hindu militant forces were chasing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, trying to find him, arrest him, and ultimately execute their plan to kill him. Understand that while the media created a frenzy on the character of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and did so much to assassinate the good nature and the divine nature of an enlightened master, the anti-Hindu militant forces were on the other side trying to execute their plan to eliminate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now, why this is important ultimately is going back to the point where the very gender, the idea of the Hindu gender, the revival that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing, and ultimately how he is representing a possibility for humankind to go beyond gender, to accept all genders, is being attacked and used in order to eliminate the people who represent that possibility, eliminate Hindu gurus who are representing that ultimate possibility with attacks in the media, with a physical attacks, and so much already.
Yes, and you can also see media articles where it's been the Supreme Pontiff has been ridiculed, saying that the Supreme Pontiff is declaring himself that he is not a man. Actually, what the Supreme Pontiff actually told was that he was of transcendental gender, and they can actually do the medical test on him to know that he is not a person. His very physiology is a yogic physiology, and they can test it. But however, you can see here, instead of saying God-man, here of course they're ridiculing saying ladies God-man in women's cell. So they're saying, they're debating that whether the Supreme Pontiff should be sent to women's cell. In a very denigrating ways. When the Supreme Pontiff is saying, I am of transcendental gender, they're saying, the media twists it and presents the narrative saying that, the Supreme Pontiff is not a man and maybe he should be sent to the women's cell.
Now, continuously honing in on this point is not a coincidence at all. It's a strategy to entirely dehumanize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and absolutely justify the acts of violence against him and acts of absolute disrespect and dehumanization and third-degree torture that they execute against him in prison for 53 days. It is absolutely horrendous the way that they are continuously honing in on these facts, trying to show as if the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is such a public enemy in these ways. Where on one side, the Supreme Pontiff, where the truth is that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is a representation of the ultimate possibility for human beings to go beyond gender and achieve the superconscious mutation, where we are expressing higher abilities and higher qualities. On the other side, the media and how they project in order to incite attack and execute their plans is absolutely terrifying. And not only this, they do this in order to stop the potential for the entire humankind to be able to receive the benefit, to have actually awaken themselves to the superconscious breakthrough, the possibility for superconscious breakthrough, and the possibility to literally achieve their highest reality. They're doing
and one of the reasons.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, and they're doing this as a planned strategic attack. Why we know this? Because for the last 5,000 years, the Hindus have seen how literally by so many different forces, they are continuously being attacked. That's why we know when we're being attacked again. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, having taken up since the age of 16 years old, having taken up the revival of the Hindu civilizational nation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the one who has to undergo the most brutal attacks. Yes, Manyalama Swami, please go ahead.
Minority tradition. Rudra Kanyas and sannyasis are revered and worshipped, and we have the examples of the great epitomes and examples of Hindu feminism: Akka Mahadevi, Bhairavi Brahmani, the great Rudra Kanya, Vellayammal, the Ammani Amman, who
even we can
actually built an entire tower all by herself, just completely just out of her inspiration. They are the examples of the great Vedic feminism. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the true Vedic feminism. And he has been attacked for this very same reason. The women are attacked, the disciples are attacked, the Rudrakanyas are attacked, the female sannyasis are attacked and raped and molested and abused and whatnot. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, because the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving all the female traditions of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which is completely against the agenda of the Neo-Hindutva militant group. They want to attack the female disciples and want to assassinate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism because this is completely against their agenda.
And I myself was, when I was 7 years old, initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as a Rudra Kanya, and from a young age been empowered and encouraged, surrounded in an ecosystem where I was enabled to be able to practice and learn, imbibe the sacred arts, be able to practice and learn rituals and conduct rituals in temples, be able to understand temple administration, be able to learn the sacred Hindu arts such as Hindu dance, singing, alankaram, or the decoration of deities, and the sacred decoration of deities, I should say, and also even in the different arts, the 64 kalas of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, each and every one I was able to be learning, imbibing my whole childhood in. And unfortunately, I was a victim of one of the leaders of the anti-Hindu militant forces. And it was due to the protection of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and how he risked everything in order to protect me and so many other victims that I am able to even be here and alive today. And I'd like to say that it was for the revival, for the empowerment of women, and the revival of the most empowering sampradayas, the Yogini Sampradaya, the Bhairavi Sampradaya, the Sannyasi Sampradaya, and the Rudrakanya Sampradaya, that have scriptural foundations in the Hindu civilization, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had literally undergone so much of attack. And not only that, he was successfully reviving these traditions to empower women, to build a civilization on planet Earth where all genders were accepted and empowered for their infinite possibility, and ultimately to enable and empower each individual to the powers and space of their consciousness itself. And because of this pure good mission that he had, that he was successfully doing, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism underwent so much of attack. The greatness of the Rudrakanya Sampradaya, actually in the Kamikagama, the Rudrakanyas are referenced and described by Paramashiva himself. Kamikagama is one of the foremost agamas and the oldest scriptures known to humanity itself, in the oldest scriptures in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Rudrakanyas are described by Paramashiva himself as his dearest devotees who are chaste and disciples of him, who are actually having the status which is among the Shivacharyas, the Shivacharyas being the Pujacharyas or priests, main priests of all of the Shiva temples. And also he describes their role in the temples and the Hindu civilization. This was what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was reviving. If you see now how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has undergone attacks, it is just because he was reviving some of the most important, most crucial and vital sampradayas, lineages to the Hindu civilization. And we know this because 5,000 years, the Rudrakanya Sampradaya was massacred until absolute elimination, was literally driven to extinction and driven out of the temples, made to be prostitutes and enslaved by the Mughal invaders and even during the British occupation of India. And they're literally driven to, this entire lineage was absolutely stamped out. And because of that, the Rudrakanyas were such a vital role in the temple lifestyle in the Hindu civilization that because when they were destroyed, the entire civilization was destabilized and became absolutely unstable, and further attacks were unable to happen. In the same way, today, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the Adi Shaivite minority tradition, and Hindu women across the world are recognizing how this beautiful tradition he is reviving and participating and starting to live these lifestyles. The anti-Hindus, the neo-Hindutva militant forces are doing the same attacks. Brutal murder or child rape, child sexual assault, gang rape, all of these are the ways that the women, indigenous women of the Adi Shaivite minority tradition, the disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, were targeted to entirely destroy the revival of Kailasa that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing. And not only that, the objectification of the Adi Shaivite minority tradition, indigenous women in the media, how they were shown continuously, and their characters questioned, literally made as prostitutes in the media and social media, trolled and hated online, cyberbullied. While on one side they were attacked, brutally raped, gang raped even. Children were molested and sexually assaulted. On the other side, in the media, they were showing all of the women who were disciples of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who wanted to live the spiritual lifestyle, who took up this lifestyle out of deep trust and determination to be able to live their highest potential, they were shown as prostitutes in the media.
Yes.
And as you can, yes, Ma, go ahead.
This is just one example of an attack in one of the Enlightenment ecosystems established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Tiruvannamalai. And we had attacks that happened in Tiruvannamalai on the ASMT women in Trishulam, and also on the attacks on the senior sannyasi of the Nithyananda order, Nithyananda Mayi Swami. And so much of attack and abusals and character assassinations happened on her. The anti-Hindu elements, they tried their level best to coerce her into blackmailing and threatening and through fear and greed, and did all sorts of things. And did all sorts of things to coerce the ASMT women and the sannyasis to file a false rape case against the Supreme Pontiff. And if you do not agree to that, to their vested interest and their agenda, then they start abusing you left, right, and center in the mainstream media, and they write such vulgar articles about the ASMT women, and you can't even read them. It's so bad. And they ill-treat you, they mistreat you, and they literally treat you as if they are, you are their, paid prostitutes. To that extent, they ill-treat you, and they write about you in all the, the main media articles. You can see so many media articles have come out. That's one such example. The other example is targeting the ASMT women from marginalized communities. For example, we have a sannyasi who's Manitya Supriyananda, who is from the Dalit community, and specifically the ASMT anti-Hindu element targeted her and sexually abused her, raped her, and did all sorts of things, and wanting to, such people never to take up this monastic lifestyle, or never to take up and be a part of this ASMT community. They did all sorts of abusals against the women and wanted to somehow destroy the revival of the true Vedic feminism by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And all of these has been recognized today by the United Nations in the violations, the human rights violations against indigenous women of ASMT. And one other example that we have is that of the Gurukul Balas Nithyanandita, who was just a 16-year-old minor girl, when she was also a victim of the brutal persecution that happened, when she stood strong, she stood strong as a warrior princess to protect and stand for and fight for the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, when the great enlightened being Andar was ridiculed as a prostitute and was badly portrayed as a prostitute. This small Gurukul Balasant, who was just 16 years of age at that time, stood up and made YouTube videos to share our pain in how Hinduism is being misrepresented to the public. And this 16-year-old was told, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, whom she sees as not just her guru but also her spiritual father and guide, she had so much of vulgar articles showing Swamiji and her in such a bad limelight, and literally hurting the religious sentiments of millions of Hindus worldwide. And this is because we do not have the Hindu Holocaust, and what is happening to Hindus today is not known to the international community. So it was extremely important that all these were well documented and presented to the United Nations, which was done by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And today we have the United Nations recognize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the persecution undergone by the ASMT leader, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the Adi Shaivite minority tradition and Kailasa itself.
I just like to ask the viewers, imagine being a woman from a traditional background, from an Orthodox family, and you understood and inspired by a Hindu lifestyle, inspired by the beauty of the sacred arts or the temple rituals or the sacred scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And in being so inspired, you decide to take up a beautiful life as a sannyasi or a Rudrakanya or a yogini. And out of, despite having the best ecosystem and a beautiful, loving community, an anti-Hindu militant targets you for an attack and a planned conspiracy against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Imagine suddenly going through the sexual assault trauma by the anti-Hindu militants and their leaders and being used for their criminal activities and holding on to the faith that justice will be served, that the people who attacked you would be served what they deserved. But then in just a few months, you see media articles suddenly come up on the media being spread across, and suddenly you hear about a article that's talking about you, and you read it and you see that is this entirely false creation, making you seem as if you're the most unchaste woman, even though you've taken up the chaste sacred lifestyle as a sannyasi and as a Rudrakanya, and your entire body, everything is exposed to the whole world. Your whole everything is exposed. You are absolutely vulnerable to the whole world. These are the crimes of the anti-Hindu militant forces. These are the crimes that they had committed against the women of the Adishaivite minority tradition. Even taking the example of the attacks in Trishulam, which I was in also. In 2017, we female Adinavasis, female sannyasis, all of us had been living in Trishulam in Chennai, and we had been building an ecosystem which would enrich the community around us. But the anti-Hindu militant forces were absolutely against a Hindu ecosystem being formed in this very place. They planned an attack and literally stoned us near to death.
Talking, I just wanted all our viewers to please comment in the YouTube live chat. If you're watching us live on YouTube, please do go ahead and comment in the YouTube live chat. How do you feel when you're listening about how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the female sampradayas and how he has been a prime target of the anti-Hindu elements and the neo-Hindutva militants because and for this very same reason? Please do put a chat in the YouTube live chat. If you're watching us live on YouTube or Facebook, please do come live and share your thoughts in the comment. Yes, Masada Shukriya, please go ahead.
Yes, as you're seeing, this is the exact footage from the attacks that we were all present in Trishulam in September of 2017. Mobs who literally came and stoned us, thrashed our cars, and literally demolished every single window, door, tried to get in, raped the Hindu sannyasinis, and absolutely demoralized and defiled, even dehumanized us until we were absolutely victim to each and every one. Until we could not even be able to take our sister sannyasis to the hospital. They attacked. And this is the exact footage of that. And on the media, what you're showing, in the media, they were showing as if crimes were happening inside of the Adinam, while they were the ones who were coming inside and absolutely destroying the whole monastery complex, a peaceful place for women to live and who for women who want to live the chaste lifestyle, live practicing the presence of God and their Guru at all times. But they were absolutely denied of this right and dehumanized to the furthest extent. Today, at least we are able to say that the UN has finally recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And we've at least gained one platform where we can share our story and share the immense pain it brings each and every one of us to see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism undergo 10,000 times more attack than each and every one of us. I'm saying this as a victim of child rape, sexual assault myself. How it's absolutely devastating to see what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism goes through in order to protect each and every one of us, in order to create a home where we are protected. We are simple people who just want to live a beautiful Hindu lifestyle. And this is the attack that we go through. I request each and every one of the viewers who are watching right now, join in on the conversation. Invite your friends into the conversation that's going on and share this with as many people as possible. Share the fact that finally we have gotten our voice heard, and make sure right now that as many people know that the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is recognized by the UN. Every media channel that has made articles against the ASMT women, who has defiled and decharacterized the women of the ASMT, and who has defiled and decharacterized the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, and who dared to make him any less than the incarnation of Paramashiva himself and show him to the world.
And invite each and every one of you who are watching us to please share this news. Finally, we have a platform today through the United Nations. We are able to share the persecution of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the Kailasa with the world, and UN itself has recognized this persecution and has published the report. So we invite you to please go ahead and share with the hashtag that's projected on the screen, which is hashtag UN recognizes the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda and Kailasa. Use that hashtag and share this feed, share this information, let the whole world know that we Hindus, after 5,000 years of brutal Holocaust and genocide and murders and what massacres, today, thanks to the effort of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Hindu Holocaust has finally been recognized by the international bodies and the international communities. It is time for us to just share this information virally. Share it with your friends, share it with your family, share it with the local media. Let everybody be aware that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is a persecuted leader, just like the Dalai Lama. That's what we need to understand. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is a persecuted leader, just like Dalai Lama. And today, the world is coming to recognize that. So with that, we come to the conclusion of this segment. We will now be ending with the Purna Mantra, and hope all of you understood the need for us to stand up and protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And just we can do that by sharing this information virally, sharing the post on SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam page, sharing the tweets that have been posted in Swamiji's official Twitter channel at Sri Nithyananda, and let the world know about the Hindu Holocaust and the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa. With this, we would like to conclude this segment with the Purna Mantra, and next we'll be moving on to the Kailash Courtyard manifesting power session. So do stay tuned. We are having a power manifestation, guided power manifestation session, Kailash Courtyard manifestation session immediately after this segment. ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ओं तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत्श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम् थैंक यू नित्यानन्दम
Thank you, Nithyanandam.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatītam Gaganasadasham Tattamasyadi Lakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatītam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagwan himself explaining what is spa manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita, in your whole being and doing, manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with.
Pramana. Beautifully, Bhagavan explained what is power manifestation. It is cognitive shift and the manifestation of the reality. You are alive in everything. Command over all the reality. The science of power manifestation. It's a science because all of us can manifest it and it is repeatable. And the pramanas, the evidences that each one of us can experience the superconscious breakthrough. The science of power manifestation is given with all the pramanas, all the evidences. The science of power manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific and foolproof. The Shastra pramanas, the scriptural references, the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas. Apta pramanas are the experience and the results of the Aptas, the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nayanamas, Alvars, Siddhas, all of them manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. Atma pramana, account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatars, personal experience of each power manifestation, Bhagavan's very own Leelas, mapping to the Shastra Pramana. Shakshi Pramana, the experience of the millions of disciple, devotees, followers, all around the world initiated by Bhagavan into the science of power manifestation. Bhagavan has beautifully said, all of us can manifest all the powers of Paramashiva when we come to the Kailasa courtyard, and simply he blesses each one of us to have a superconscious breakthrough. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Again and again, Bhagavan reminds us to be in the space of oneness with Paramashiva and the thoughtless space. Thinking is not required for our life. All we need to do is bring the space of oneness with Paramashiva, and simply the abundance and auspiciousness starts flowing in our life. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana are the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and Agamas. This is from the Shiva Samhita. For the power of Ashtamahashakti, 5.7678.
सकेनापि न घाध्यते तस्य स्यात् परमा सिद्धिर् अणिमादिगुणप्रदा वायुस्तन्न चदते देहे रसवृद्धिर्भवेद् ध्रुवम् आकाशपनकजगल्पीयूषमपि बध्नते मरणं घाद्यते तेन सकेनापि न घाद्यते तस्य स्यात् परमा सिद्धिर् अणिमादिगुणप्रदा वायुः स न चरते देहे रसवृद्धिर्भवेद् ध्रुवम् आकाशपनकजगलपीयूषमपि बध्नते.
Bhagavan Parameshwar says, death is eaten by him, he is eaten by none. He manifests the highest powers such as the Ashtama Siddhi, Ahima, Mahima, Garima, all these Ashtama Siddhis, the Vayu, wind energy, moves equally throughout his body. The juice of his body also increases Rasa Vriddhi. The nectar exuding from the eternal lotus, Akasha Panakacham, also increases in him. All these great things, how we can experience the oneness with Paramashiva. Bhagavan beautifully says how we can exist as reality and how the higher dimension starts unfolding in each one of us as reality. When an ant looks at a sheet of paper, it can only see a length and a breadth, and it can see objects as to what it understands. When you stack and pile it one top of another, the ant might not be able to understand the depth dimension. So it says it has disappeared from its vision. But you understand the depth dimension, so you say, okay, it is on a pile. That is the how we understand the dimensions when we do not understand how the higher science is happening. How Manikavachika Trilanga Swami or Andal just disappeared into Venkateshwara and just merged in physical body, disappearing into the deity. How is that possible? For us, it is disappearing. It exists in a different form. That is what Bhagavan says so beautifully. The way we exist is only the dream. How if you have some incompletion or some major problem that you don't have a leg or a hand in the previous birth or in your dream, you do not worry. When you wake up, you are very fine. You just unclutch and say, oh God, it's just a dream. Same way, Bhagavan beautifully says, when you do not engage in this life, whatever it is posing as an illusion, a reality for you, which is an illusion, do not engage yourself and start living as Paramashiva is manifesting every bit of it as your reality. When you start living that science again and again, that you are Paramashiva, you are Parashakti, and that bhava will open up a new dimension where you can experience the higher space. And Bhagavan gives us how we can experience the next level of consciousness and how this world is redundant and irrelevant for each one of us, making it more and more auspicious and abundance. How this world becomes irrelevant and redundant makes it auspicious is when you understand your own gunas, all the incompletions. If you have a driver who's drunkard and driving you around, how will you feel? You're going to get more and more into problems, and even more if he's drunkard and deaf and dumb, even worse. But Krishna himself is a driver, charioteer for Arjuna. It's like you have the president and prime minister as your own chauffeur to take you around the place. How would you feel? That is what is it, the whole sciences. When you understand you are the Paramashiva space, you can manifest anything as a reality when you let Paramashiva manifest your life. and whatever you want becomes to the fullness and manifesting as all the reality. But when we are engaged into all the incompletion, that we are not able to handle this, or the money is not come, or any of the incompletion with the relation or the wealth, health issue, anything, is only an engagement of you into that as a reality. So you're so busy with that, you do not realize the higher signs. Bhagavan beautifully says how we can experience the oneness with Paramashiva. Hathiram Baba, he was put in a jail, in a prison, and he was told to get elephants to eat 100 tons of sugarcane, and only then they will let him go. And he really got in oneness with Venkateshwara, and simply he manifested elephants inside a prison eating tons of sugarcane. Simply it manifested as reality, and simply Hathiram Baba, they understood the science behind how a superconscious being exists. All these great science, and again they have demonstrated all these powers, is only from the simple space of understanding the higher reality, how a human can live as a superconscious being. Now let's go to the Apta Pramana. Apta Pramana for the power of Ashtama Shakti. Here the Vindhya mountains started growing so high, and the sun was having a problem going around it. So sun god asked Agastya, and the Siddha came, and he stopped. He told the mountain, till he commands, he should not grow. And the mountain, Vindhya mountain, simply listened to Agastya and stopped growing. And all these sciences, how it exists, how Agastya was able to manifest any of the power, whether he digested the Vatapi in his stomach, the whole human itself, or he drank the whole ocean, or got the whole thing, whole river in a Kamandalu. All these great science was known to them because they were a command, authority of Hinduism. They are just in the oneness with Paramashiva, manifesting Paramashiva as their reality. They know all these great signs because they were only believing in the space they are. Bhagavan says, if you know who you are, you can also manifest the reality. The who you are is even now functioning as Paramashiva. When you get hurt, you don't say my body got hurt. You say my hand got hurt. You are very clear that it is you who is experienced as your delusion is got hurt. When you drop that, your hurt is also dropped. And higher science, how we exist as a quantum, as Paramashiva, as the subtlest thing, that we are in oneness with Paramashiva. When we merge into that oneness, simply whatever we want to project it gets projected for us in the highest and beautifulest form. And most auspiciousness and abundance starts flowing through us. Bhagavan beautifully explains that in the powerful cognition, how whether we are a sick old lady or a small young man, or in the remote village or in a city, we are Kalpatrus, consciousness. We can manifest our reality so beautifully. Bhagavan beautifully explains.
That presence that radiates, the presence that lives through. Understand? The presence you carry is Kalpataru. The presence you create in you, the space you create in you is Kalpataru. Sometimes I wonder, when I just look around, the banks of Ganga and banks of Kaveri and banks of New York River. Sometimes I wonder, in the banks of Ganga, banks of Yamuna, Kaveri, Narmada,
and the foothills of Arunachala, Himalayas, everywhere, in so many places, all over the world. How the same science is so useful to every human being from every background. Whether it's a Western teenage boy having a problem with his girlfriend in New Zealand, or an American teenage girl having problem with a smoking pot addiction in California, or village youth addicted to country arak in Aminjikarai, or middle-aged man addicted to violence and aggression in the remote corners of Madurai, anybody having any problem anywhere in the world, how can this one science be a solution? Because it is solving. I am seeing. For example, today, the Kalpatara Darshan for the people in the Pattanam Ashram, one of the remote village in Tamil Nadu, and the woman Sivagangai in the Middle East. Woman and Pattanam. People from completely different background. But both of them are going to do the same process. And the process works both for both of them. Works for both the group. Few days before we had a Kalpataru for a group in Singapore and group in Mexico. And for both the team, every participant in both the group feels precisely it is for them and it is working for them. How? How is it possible? Sometimes I wonder, how is it possible? Understand, sometimes I wonder how the same science is working for a person who has a problem in Guadalupe to Kanchipuram, Phoenix to Piranmalai. Whether you are a tired, retired, old lady, almost waiting to die or about to die, or a young, energetic, excited man who is waiting to enter into life, you carry that consciousness. You are embodiment of that consciousness.
So beautifully, Bhagavan explains how we are consciousness and how we can manifest that as our reality. Now you can see how they have increased the size of the object. When you entangle with Bhagavan into the oneness space, simply the manifestation happens. How does it happen? The whole science of how we experience the oneness. When we go and sit in a swimming pool, we see somebody swimming. Our mirror neurons entangle with them, and that's how we learn swimming. And when I see that, the mirror neurons in my brain starts understanding, and the electrical signals clearly show that how it manifests as my reality. That is called quantum entanglement. Here we are going to entangle with Bhagavan when he is in the deep samadhi space. And by doing that and chanting the Mahavakya, it can be Om, it can be Namah Shivaya, in any of the forms that you are connected to, that you can start chanting the Mahavakya, which puts you into the complete oneness space where you forget yourself, the thought simply settles down, and you are only with the Mahavakya, the mantra. When it becomes Mahavakya, you merge into that. And having the bhava how Ravana said when he was in the bhava of Rama, he can't even go near Sita. The bhava really manifests as your reality. And you holding Paramashiva, Parashakti, sitting with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands, you experiencing that oneness with Paramashiva, you start getting into the oneness space where you forget the identity that you carry, all the I that you carry, and drop that, and for few minutes you can experience, few seconds, even if you experience the oneness space with consciousness, the Paramashiva space, you will manifest the powers, auspiciousness and abundance. This is a science, and it is measured in the science also to understand how the thoughtless space manifests as powers. Now let's go to the chanting of Mahavakya intensely to experience the oneness with Paramashiva. Let's go to the guidelines first. Let's take any object. First, if you have a video camera, you can record it. If you have the Jnananjan in your Kantamala, you can apply in your third eye and your temples, or you can put the Avshadas, Vibhuti Kumkum on your third eye. Bring the awareness to your third eye. Now, through your third eye, you're going to change the height. You're going to increase the height of the object. And you're going to measure it 2 times before and after, so that there is no way that it is happening out of your logic. There is consciousness which is manifesting as reality. And that is what is, we are continuously breathing and experiencing all that which is happening in our microcosm, in our body, which is going to be now reflecting into the macrocosm, our reality, and making it understand how we exist as consciousness is the very nature we exist. All other delusion that we are going through, whether it is a relationship, whether it is a money, it's a person, all is a projection of that consciousness into reality. When we understand this higher science and complete with that, all the incompletion that we have with others or whatever is happening, we'll be in such a oneness space with Paramashiva. Now let's get into the deep meditation. Let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring Paramashiva, Parashakti to your third eye. All her gesture, her laugh, her seriousness, her blessing of the boons, her initiations, all that she's wearing, everything that comes into your consciousness, into your mind, bring only that verbalization and visualization. Unclutch from everything that you know as your pain, as your suffering, as your impossibility, anything that you know as your identity. Drop everything to Bhagavan's lotus feet and start chanting the Mahavakya intensely, holding that bhava. When you entangle with Bhagavan, when he is in the superconscious space, you also start experiencing that space and manifest what all he can manifest. With your intention to increase the height of the object, simply it becomes the reality. How? You learn swimming or cycling, same way you start understanding the higher reality. That manifestation is a very nature of you happening in your life. So start chanting the Mahavakya intensely, continuously, and start experiencing the oneness with Paramashiva, manifesting the power of Ashtamaha-siddhi. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Paramashivoham, 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 Let Paramashivoham overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
So beautiful. Now, whatever prasada that you have received and whatever manifestation has happened, please authentically verify. Again, measure it 2 times. When you started, how you measured it 2 times, whether the right number is again repeated, so that you don't have any doubt whether you are increasing or you measured it wrong. And same way, again measure it couple of times, 5 to 10 unit. If you are increasing, then you have manifested the power completely. If you just feel the Kundalini energy or just experiencing the heat and manifesting a couple of centimeter, then you have started manifesting. Chant the Mahavakya intensely, surrender more and more intensely. You will start experiencing the oneness with Paramashiva. How you start walking or swimming, you just take the little time to adjust yourself. Same way in power manifestation also. When you start doing the power manifestation, it looks as though it is not the way you exist as reality and nothing is happening. If nothing is happening, how are you understanding that also? When we are in sleep, deep sleep, we get up, we say, oh, I had a very good sleep. Who's that who's sitting and watching you sleep very nicely? The consciousness that who you are is the one who knows how much you have you slept good, and how have you had fulfilled sleep. And that is exactly how you know now that you are not manifesting, is also why you exist, is telling you that you are not manifesting. So hold the consciousness that you are Paramashiva, even that it is showing. The clouds are seen because of the sun. If the sun is not there, clouds are not going to be seen. So because of the sun, only I can experience the cloud. Same way, because I'm consciousness, I can experience what is happening right now. And if we understand that deeper and deeper and fall into the oneness with Paramashiva, Parashakti, all her blessings, all her boon, all her compassion, all herself pouring into us, each one of us, to manifest the ultimate reality. Bhagavan has beautifully given us the greatest experience of oneness with Paramashiva, entangling with him. So let's surrender whatever doubt you have, whatever incompletion, unclutch completely from that. Bhagavan says science of unclutching, science of completion, and science of power manifestation and living as enlightenment is the only next way of existing. Healthy body and consciousness as a way of lifestyle. Reinvent yourself, rebuild yourself, and again and again revive yourself. Again, Bhagavan gives us the greatest opportunity for us to experience and expand into the superconscious space of oneness with Paramashiva, holding this as a primary cognition that Bhagavan has given us, manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. And let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Let's sit straight with the head, neck, and spine. If you manifested the power, please share it, your suggestion, your comment, and your manifestation. Please share it in the comments. And now we are going to have another few minutes of intense meditation of chanting the Mahavakya experiencing the oneness, and you can take another object, or you can measure yourself or any other person you want to increase the height. So measure clearly a couple of times so that you have authentic detail of what is the size of the height of the object. And let's start chanting the Mahavakya, unclutching from anything that you know as you, and only holding Paramashiva in your space. That is the Bhava, that is the beautiful Shakti Pada, that experience manifest as powers. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So beautiful. All that you have experienced, please go ahead and share it in the tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. Take a couple of minutes to verify the results. Whatever Paramashiva has given you, the prasada, the auspiciousness, the abundance, increasing not only your height, increases your auspiciousness, your abundance, your wealth, everything. The power manifestation, even experience a little, you experience the ultimate. So you manifest the ultimate. So each time you manifest all these powers, it is the ultimate space of oneness with Paramashiva that few minutes you are entangled into the conscious space itself. That brings you so much of auspiciousness. So please go ahead and share, and you will heal billions of people by sharing this to the world. Again and again, we ask you to share just even a line, how you experience the satsang, the pre-satsang, the power manifestation, the photos of the height increase, all these great things, and thanking Bhagwan because he's showering continuously on all of us. And if you see a $sign at the end of the YouTube chat, you can offer your contribution to Kailasa for all the effort the Kailasa is offering for you. Again and again, when we start voting for something, it's not for somebody or something, but ourselves. Our Kailasa to be built in our inner space, we start voting for that. I am Paramashiva. So here is a beautiful space for us to enrich and cause our reality. And by causing others' reality, you cause your reality mainly. So let's thank Bhagwan and surrender all this powerful cognition and power manifestation to Bhagwan's lotus feet, and thanking each one of you here who are manifesting all these powers of Paramashiva. Let's thank and ask Bhagwan to make all this as our existential reality, that I am Paramashiva. With a deep earning, let's thank Bhagwan and end this session with a Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. See you at 6 o'clock. We have a session in the Zoom, so you can log in through eKailasha for the next session. Thank you, Nithyanandam.